especially negative behaviors, is an incredibly versatile and transformative lifelong skill to have. Unfortunately, the way that a lot of people go about trying to change their behavior is essentially scientifically geared to fail. So what I'm going to be introducing is a method for behavior change. And you can apply this to really any kind of behavior or habit. It can be issues that you might have with procrastination, with time management or task management. It could be the relationship you have with other people. It could be the way that you react to other people. It could be your own emotional self-regulation. Whatever the habit or behavior that you have that you want to change, you can try to apply it with this framework. It's pretty well demonstrated that following this approach is much more likely to succeed than the conventional approach. So really quickly, let's just outline the conventional approach to behavior change. The conventional approach is to say, here is a behavior that is bad. This is our bad behavior. And we are going to insert our effort and we're going to insert our willpower into changing this. And that may take the form of a schedule or a diary or I don't know, a vision board or whatever it is. And our focus is on trying to change this behavior. And the result of this is fairly inconsistent. It's honestly quite tiring, and it's ultimately, as a result of that, unsustainable. And anyone that's really given this just very blanket, almost brute force approach a go will know that unless the behavior is already pretty weak to begin with, you're not really going to be able to change it, especially not long term. A lot of research has gone into human behavior across a number of different fields of study, just in pure psychology, in terms of consumer behavioral psychology, in terms of medical psychology. And the general sort of consensus that it's come to is that, well, number one, humans are really complicated. But number two is that behaviors are influenced by more than just a innate sort of urge or drive. This actually gets fairly complicated with different schools of thought about where behavior comes from and how emotions and thoughts interact with each other. There's a school of thought that said emotions lead to thoughts which lead to behaviors, and another school said no, it's behaviors that lead to thoughts that lead to emotions. And then now we realize it's kind of a bit of both, and even more saying, well, it's not about that, it's about the environment that you're in that influences your thoughts and influences your emotions, which influences your behaviors, which influences your thoughts, which influences your emotions, which influences your behaviors, which influences your environment, so on and so forth. It gets very, very complicated. Here is the summary of what we sort of know so far, and what seems to work is that your behaviors are usually preceded by something, and targeting that something is usually more effective than targeting the behavior itself. So in this way, we can see behavior more like a symptom. So let's use a very simple example of a school child stealing a cookie during lunchtime. So that is a behavior that we may want to change, probably. This behavior can be triggered by a number of things. So the first thing we need to understand is, when does this behavior actually occur? We need to characterize this behavior a little bit. So this is looking at something that is called the antecedents. And the antecedents of a behavior are the preceding variables and factors that go towards a behavior occurring. So antecedents are talking about the events and conditions that occur before the behavior that triggers the behavior. So in this example, it may be that the kid sees another kid eating the cookie, and that's what brings a thought into their mind to engage in this behavior. If they didn't see that kid, they may not go out and seek a kid with a cookie to steal from. For smokers or drug addicts, there are a variety of possible triggers and cues. They may see a box or a color that reminds them of it. For online gamers, they may see the game icon or a logo that reminds them of a game that triggers them. This is what app notifications do. When you're playing a game on mobile, you'll see that a little notification might pop up. Hey, your quest reward is ready for collection or something. So these are all triggers. And these triggers are designed to cue a behavior that occurs. Without these triggers, we're much less likely to engage in the behavior. And the effect, it depends on the behavior, but is frankly pretty profound, to the point where a lot of your behaviors may be completely eliminated through purely removing the associated antecedents. The complicated part of this is identifying where all of those antecedents are. These antecedents, we could sometimes call these triggers or maybe cues. So if you're trying to change a behavior, one of the first things you want to do is start noticing when the behavior occurs. Start thinking about what you're doing. Start thinking about when it is occurring. Start thinking about the events that precede it. Think about what you see or hear or are exposed to immediately before the behavior. Start paying attention to when the thought arises that you should engage in the behavior. And in the first step, we may not be able to fix it and get rid of it, but we can at least note it down. Chuck it on your phone, have a piece of paper next to you, whatever it is, but just note down and start collecting a library of all of these triggers and cues. And you'll probably find that there are, a fair number of them, some of them more common than others. But in the first step, we just want to get a general understanding of where some of these common triggers and cues are that seem to be the onset of this behavior, the beginning of the chain. And you'll be surprised at when you start to be more self-aware of this, all the different triggers and cues, behaviors that may have seemed previously quite random, you'll be shocked to note how tied they are with certain consistent triggers. And that can actually be a really big light bulb moment for a lot of people. But then we can actually take it a step further. And this is now looking at something that is called setting up events or vulnerability factors. It depends on where you're reading the terminology that's being used. Vulnerability factors are the things that predispose us to being more susceptible to the effect of the antecedent. So in simpler terms, it's basically the conditions that make the antecedent, the trigger, have a greater influence on us. So for example, that kid that steals the cookie, they may only feel the urge to steal the cookie when they see that kid, but they may only steal the cookie if they are hungry to begin with. So in this case, there is a trigger, but that trigger may not cue the behavior every single time. So it may be that there is a prerequisite condition or conditions that make it so that the antecedent is more likely to trigger that behavior. So a smoker may not smoke just because they see a trigger. There may be something else necessary as well. For example, a physiological craving. And this is the reason why nicotine patches can be effective. Or procrastination. The trigger for procrastination may be a notification on the phone, maybe seeing a desktop icon, maybe seeing a desk that you're used to procrastinating on, which reminds you of procrastinating, which may be the desk that you study on, which can be problematic. Or it can be a huge range of possible distractors and triggers. But none of those triggers may really affect you if you're in a really good mood and you're feeling, really focused that day. Maybe you had better sleep. Maybe you just talked to someone that really motivated you. These are the vulnerability factors. The factors that usually we wear on ourselves as a status or a condition. It's something that is already affecting us, so that when we encounter the trigger, the antecedent, it is triggering the behavior more consistently. So we want both, and that's going to make it the easiest for us. We identify the triggers, and we can also reflect on what the vulnerability factors might be. You'll notice that if you've learned the Kolb cycle in the worksheet, it's already planted in there, prompting questions that will make you think about your triggers and vulnerability factors. So this entire process of self-evaluation can tie in exactly with your daily Kolbs. And the next step is actually fairly straightforward. Just like Kolbs would dictate, we then want to experiment on removing these triggers, and we want to experiment on reducing these vulnerability factors. And this can be a challenge, and you may have to get creative depending on what the triggers are or what the vulnerability factors are. And it's impossible to give a list of examples just because that there are an innumerable number of possible triggers and vulnerability factors. Some of the common ones are just getting enough sleep and having enough energy. So for example, don't schedule energy intensive things at a time where you know you're not likely to have lots of energy. Don't schedule time critical things at a time where you know you may not have time. Or the opposite, we can maybe include a sleep routine to ensure we get enough sleep so that the next morning we're more likely to execute on our morning plans, or be less tired and therefore less distractible and therefore reduce our vulnerability factors. Combine that with maybe a little bit of website blocking or phone distraction removal or any of the other techniques that we teach about distraction removal. That is going to allow us to have a better effect. Essentially, every single part of what I'm teaching you right now is already included in the course. The reason that I'm having this as a separate video is because I want there to be a dedicated framework that you can think about your behaviors. Anytime there's a behavior, procrastination, is a really, really big one that affects people, putting off work and, not prioritizing and not being consistent with habits and things like that. Whenever there's a situation like that you might be feeling frustrated with, I want you to think back to this framework and ask yourself, am I putting in the effort and willpower to change the behavior? Or am I putting it where it's more likely to succeed, which is at the antecedents and the setting up events? So this is where all of that effort should be directed. And the behavior sort of just changes by itself. Oftentimes, when I will review a student's Kolb's or they come to me with a problem that's related to this, most of the time they're either not doing their Kolb's and so they're not even aware of their triggers or vulnerability factors, or they're trying to do something about them, but it's very half-hearted. They're putting their phone upside down and that's sort of it. They're not really fully committing to it. That may be because they don't really truly believe that the strategy will work, or they're too conditioned to think about just fixing on the behavior. But whatever it is, if you want to systematically, consistently be able to change and transform your behaviors, you should be using a method that is a little bit more scientifically backed. And this framework is one of the most widely accepted frameworks for behavior and creating behavior change. Now, there is one final part to this, which is after the behavior, which is the consequence. And the consequence is sometimes referred to as a reinforcer. They're not technically the same things, but the function of the consequence is to reinforce or to punish. So when there's a behavior, you may be punished, or that may be positively or negatively reinforced. You may feel good after doing it because the consequence was good for you, or you may feel bad because you were punished for it. So the consequence, for example, playing a game, is often instantaneous gratification, that dopamine hit, because the software is designed to give you that gratification to wire in a new habit. Although we teach methods of changing the consequence aspect to condition yourself away from these, this is still less effective than focusing on the antecedents and the vulnerability factors first. The antecedents and the vulnerability factors are the things that are going to stop the behavior from occurring in the first place. The consequences are the things that you can maybe add on to just help speed up the process of creating a behavior change, but I wouldn't focus on it overtly too much. Most of the time, just working on these two aspects is going to be enough. And if it's not, and you really need something just to push it a little bit more, then maybe you can add some kind of positive reinforcer to get you there, or some kind of punishment like an accountability partner or any of the other techniques that we teach. So it's part of a full system. If you really want to take it seriously, you should add the consequence as well and use the consequence to help recondition you using the techniques that we teach. But if you had to choose 100% of the time, it's going to be more bang for buck to focus on the antecedents and the vulnerability factors. And also, when I see people struggling to change, they're usually a little too focused on the consequence and not focused enough on the things before the behavior. So this is actually called the ABC model of behavior change. A, antecedents, B for behavior, and C for consequence. And then there is this sort of S that's added on, or the V that's added on at the beginning. So maybe we'll just call this VABC. So here's the framework for you to take home with you. Give it a go, plug it into your Kolb cycle, and you can refer to that lesson for a little bit more detail on how to do that accurately, and go get to transforming your behaviors with a scientifically validated framework. Focus and distractibility. And this could be in the context of a formal diagnosis like ADHD or ASD, or it could be undiagnosed or non-clinical issues with becoming really, really focused and hyperfixated on something, or being really easily distractible, or a combination of both. There are a few things that I've observed that can help you to progress through learning techniques that have worked well for previous students that I've had with ADHD and ASD, or non-clinical / non-diagnosed variations. The first thing that I'll say is that I'm not an expert on this. I have a working knowledge of ADHD and ASD from an educational perspective, generally speaking. I'm aware of the effects of the conditions generally, and I'm aware from a medical background about its basic pathophysiology and treatment options and things. But I'm also aware of the fact that there's frankly a lot about ADHD and ASD that we just do not know, like a seriously lot about it, especially in females. The amount that we know about some of these conditions in females is pitifully low. And we also know that there are some strategies for managing this that were all the rage a couple decades ago, which now is fairly frowned upon. It's a field that I'm sure someone out there is an expert who could give you much better advice, but I want to just share some of my experience with working with students like this, and maybe this will help you to learn some of these techniques that we teach throughout the course. The first thing is that it will be more difficult, and there will be additional steps that I recommend that you do take. The things that we teach are difficult by nature. They are specific, they are sequential, they do require focus, diligence, practice, time. All of these things can be going against you, especially if you are diagnosed neurodiverse. And it's more important that we actually take a few adjustments into consideration to give ourselves the biggest chance, because it is not avoidable, this confusion. The time and the practice and the complexity and the nuance and the subtlety, all of that, it's not avoidable. We have to encounter it. There's no way to grow and develop the skill without encountering it. We just need to make it easier for ourselves. Here are some of the things that my previous students have done that they have said and reported back to me have worked really well for them. I'm not promising that this will work for you, but I do think it's worthwhile to give it a go. The first thing, and this is number one, if you are formally diagnosed, especially with ADHD, being on medication and being stable on medication, I have frankly seen that it makes a very big difference, especially in the hours of focus immediately following taking medication, where you have just a lot more focus and control. I have noticed that it is just much easier to start training and developing some of these skills. When you train and develop it, you are kind of rewiring your synapses, and it gets easier and easier and easier. So eventually you don't need to be like in the peak time of your medication to use these techniques. Like, you get better at using these techniques at all times of the day. But just the process of trying to do the training to give yourself the chance to rewire it in the first place, I found that the students I've worked with that have been on medication at a good dosage versus the ones that have been on not good doses, or that haven't fit for them, or just non-medicated, there has been like actually an incredibly noticeable difference in the ability and smoothness at being able to apply these techniques. So that's just one thing to consider. Now, outside of that, one thing that we should be working on is something like mindfulness meditation. And this is one of those things that is not going to give a benefit for the first month or even 2 months of practicing this. But the idea with hyper distractibility or hyper focus is that your brain is wired in a way that makes you more susceptible to being distracted or hyper focusing. And we're not entirely sure exactly why or how that comes to be. We don't know how much of it is genetic, how much of it is environmental or through your growth and development. We know that there's definitely a component of genetics, and we know that there's definitely a component of the environment, but we don't know exactly how it relates together and to what extent. But because we know that there is a strong environmental influence, we also know that training that deliberately counters those neurological changes can improve your focus and essentially, to a certain extent, cure or partially cure the issue. And so mindfulness meditation is kind of like the worst nightmare for someone with ADHD, because it's just putting you in a situation that is completely primed to trigger distractibility. And that is sort of the whole point. We want to give you the opportunity to just focally train your ability to maintain focus, to get distracted, and the ability to pull yourself back. It's often described as the focus muscle. When you get distracted, it's about pulling yourself back. The purpose is not to not get distracted. The purpose is actually to get distracted and then bring yourself back. And that's sort of one rep. So we can be doing 1,000 reps in just 5-10 minutes. And over time, this can help to rewire the brain and reduce some of the impact that it has. And so this is the reason why the recommendation for managing ADHD or ASD or hyperdistractibility involves, in most cases, in most places, in most sources, no matter what background or training that you've had, most professionals will recommend some form of mindfulness training, because it does have especially a long-term benefit. It's not one of those things that you'll see an immediate fix for, though. But I do think it's something that you should start investing in. 10 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day, even 2 minutes a day, even if that's all you can afford. And just slowly just building that up over a period of time. It is a slow grind, and you do have to maintain a level of consistency, and it's not easy, and you're likely to fall off the consistency wagon a dozen times, but every time you fall off, just get back on, and over time it just gets easier and easier and easier. But it is challenging, I will acknowledge. Those first two things are more like status changes that can kind of fundamentally change your brain at a more sort of neurological level to help you. And then the following are more sort of quick tips to help kind of anchor you in. The first one is to try to use more physical cueing. I've had a number of students now buy flashcard, like literal paper flashcards, or even just post-it notes, and to use post-it notes and stick them around, or have like these place card holders and stick them around their desk or in their bathroom and things with reminders. And one of the most effective ways that I've seen people use this is just before you're about to start some kind of study session or focus session, just write down very clearly just a couple, 2 or 3 of your immediate intentions and goals for the next 10 to 15 minutes. And every 10 to 15 minutes, just check on that and then remind yourself whether you're on track. And then you can use that time to update your goal. It might sound like quite an extensive sort of process, but the students that I have that use this, they actually just swear by it. They're fanatical about how effective this is for them. Now, I've only had maybe 40 or 50 students that have used that before. So my sample size isn't the greatest, but it does seem to work for a lot of students. I think it's worth giving it a go if you haven't tried that already. So that is increasing your physical cueing, setting really short-term goals and intentions before a single focus session, putting that immediately where it's visible on your monitor, on a place card holder, on your wall, wherever it is, and checking that in short intervals. On top of that, we can actually use like alarms and sort of reminders. You can have like an egg timer or something that's set to every 10, 15 minutes to remind you to check that card. I recommend using analog devices where possible. So rather than using a phone alarm, it might be worthwhile going down to your local store and picking up like an egg timer for $5 and chucking that on your desk, because there's no other function to that other than just a timer. Whereas on your phone, it increases the chance of distractibility. And sometimes you just want your phone out of the room completely. So it's not a good thing to rely on that. So having a few of these little analog props to aid your productivity is a good thing. And in fact, it's probably a good thing for all students, really, rather than just using your phone. Now, when it comes to actually practicing the techniques that we teach in the course, I recommend only learning and practicing one technique at a time. And this is probably the part that's going to be really frustrating. I've just noticed that when people with hyperdistractibility or hyperfocus practice multiple techniques at the same time, they don't get given good proportionate levels of concentration. You end up sort of spreading a little too thin and the technique just gets a lot messier. I think it's better to just take one technique, get a decent level of mastery with just one technique before moving on to the next thing, and refrain from skipping ahead and then coming back, because with that, what I found is that people will know that there is another technique that they can use, and just the knowledge that there is another technique is enough to distract them from using the one that they really should be mastering. So give yourself the gift of ignorance. Only work on just the current technique and don't skip ahead and look at other things. Just focus on just one particular lesson and the learnings from one lesson. Once you feel comfortable with that, move on to the next one. It will reduce your speed of development compared to, let's say, a just completely neurotypical individual. However, to be totally honest, you're probably still going to be faster than a student who just rushes through the course anyway, because they're going to have to go back and start again because they will have learned everything wrong. And your rate of growth will probably still be like really fast, objectively speaking, because our course just teaches you lots of techniques all the time. Even though it is not as fast as it possibly could be, I would say that your rate of development will still be pretty impressive. And if you can increase your chance of accuracy and properly developing the techniques, and you sacrifice, I don't know, 1 or 2 months in the big picture, I think that's really worth the cost benefit. So focus on just one technique at a time. Related to that is to keep a daily diary and a progress book. You can combine this with your Kolbs. You can use the Kolbs worksheet or the template or the model answer, but it's important that at the end of each reflection, when you leave yourself a couple things to work on for the next day, limit it to just 2 things and just set a hard limit. Don't do more than 2 things, because you're already, let's say, working on one technique, which is hard enough. And then we've got, let's say, 2 adjustments to make to that technique on the next day. That's like 2-3 things that we need to think about. And even for just like a completely like focused individual, that's already going to be a lot to handle. If you're already struggling with that, just limit it to 2. Don't make it any harder for yourself. You don't want to be in a position where you've figured out that there's 7 or 8 things that you need to work on, and then the next day you fail on all of them. And that's very, very demotivating for anyone. So make it a hard limit. Only 2. Some of my students have pre-filled in their diaries with the template, and they've just written 1, 2, the bullet points, and they've just drawn a line underneath it to stop them from physically writing any more underneath that. And if that's what you need to do, then I recommend that you do it. Again, it may marginally reduce your rate of improvement and development, but objectively, it's still going to be pretty impressive. My next tip is about the community, specifically our Discord channel. You may want to mute the Discord channel. Getting feedback on Discord is an effective way of improving. However, getting constant notifications through a highly active Discord channel is in itself distracting. Turn it so that you only get notifications when your specific user is mentioned. That means that you can go on, you can ask someone for feedback, and then you can be notified when someone replies to you. And you can check your feedback and get all the benefits of that without getting distracted and sidetracked by all the other conversations that are going on. Discord is not something that is built with neurodiversity in mind. Sort of no community platform is really designed with that in mind, unfortunately. And hopefully that will change in the future. But for now, we have to sort of bite the bullet and make the most of it. We don't want to lose out on it completely, but we don't want to get distracted. And it can be a big source of distraction and stress for some students. So try to just mute it or add it to @mentions only. The only thing that I would say don't mute is the announcements channel, because you will get lots of important announcements through that. The next point is to give yourself a scheduled Kolb session at the end of every day. This is something that you might want to schedule in depending on your level of focus during different parts of the day. So a lot of people will take, if you're on medication, will take medication in the morning. And so that immediate time after medication is kind of like the peak time. You want to do things that require an intense concentration and focus at that time. So that will be things like mindfulness meditation, but also concentrated reflection and critical examination like Kolbs can be very effective done then. Some people might think, man, it's such a waste of that focus time to spend it on meditation and Kolbs and reflection. However, those are the things that are actually going to produce the biggest change. That's what translates your practice and effort into long-term results. So that's kind of the most important stuff. So you want to have that at the very beginning. So it's going to be up to you when you want to schedule that in. But I would recommend scheduling in at a time where you know that your focus and energy is going to be enough to support it to a high quality. The reason I recommend scheduling in a Kolb session is because, well, everyone is inconsistent with Kolbs, and people are terrible at doing Kolbs consistently on a regular basis. But more so if you tend to be distractible, because the act of actually doing Kolbs can end up being something that you hyper focus on. Like I've had students that have, done it in the evening, and they've spent like 2-3 hours on just a single Kolb cycle because they just got so hyper focused on it. And we don't want that, because then that's going to eat into your sleep, and then that screws up your entire next day. So we want to avoid that situation altogether. Set a scheduled, timed Kolb session, and I recommend limiting the time to 20 to 30 minutes. Enough for you to maintain a period of focus, not too long. Again, make use of that egg timer or whatever you've got. And as soon as the time is up, just stop. Even if you haven't finished, just stop. You've always got tomorrow to work on it and to update it and maybe add some more points or whatever it is. But we want to make sure that we're using a system that we can keep up every single day. And if you get into the habit of going over time, then you're going to just stop doing it altogether. And it's better to do it incompletely on a consistent basis, and then eventually one day get better at it to the point where you can do it completely, rather than doing it inconsistently, stopping it, and then just not doing it for like forever. Schedule in a Kolb session at a strategically optimum time and limit it to 20 to 30 minutes. Actually time it. And the final tip that I have for you is simply just be patient with yourself. It will take time for anyone to learn these techniques. For you, it may take longer. However, these are challenging and difficult things that we're trying to achieve. These are cognitive transformations that are incredibly challenging. They are very involved, and they're transformative. And with that comes some time and effort. If you find that you are getting impatient, that's completely normal, but you have to remind yourself that it's a process and it will take time. And it can be frustrating at times, and it can be demotivating at times. And when you do feel that way, try to reach out. Ask for some support, and we'll do our best to help you. But you have to be in a position where you're willing to let yourself be a little bit more patient through the process, and just accept that maybe the best course of action is the slow and steady, but safer course, rather than the really quickly try to cram everything in, which is just a terrible idea for anyone. And it may be, 50% more terrible for you if you tend to be hyper distracted or hyper focused. I don't know if this is going to be a game-changing lesson for anyone. I do hope that it will help you a little bit. Again, these are things that I've noticed a lot with students that I've privately coached in the past. It seems that they weren't really doing a lot of these tips before. If you're already doing these and it's not working, then you may want to consider talking to your psychologist or whoever it is about it to see if they can help you work out a plan. But if you haven't been trying these before, give it a go. And I'd love to know how you're finding it, and if you found that it helped you work through the techniques and practice a little bit more. Important topic of sleep. Now, sleep is something that I have an interesting relationship with, and I've struggled with sleep for many years. When I was in my first year of uni, I was sleeping 2 to 3 hours per night. I always lived by this idea of sleep is for the weak. Although now I realize sleep is for the smart, and this statement is absolutely false. And in order to realize why this statement is false, I need to teach you a little bit about the science behind sleep and what sleep is actually useful for in the human body. And it turns out it's actually something that's really, really important. If you screw up your sleep, you actually start messing with a lot of different parts of the human physiology and your brain, and everything starts going downhill from there. When I didn't do it well, and obviously, this is not doing it well, this took me a very long time to recover from. So this caused me to be extremely sleepy during the day. This is a condition called hypersomnolence, which means that I was basically so sleep deprived for such a long period of time that my body would just shut down, which means that I would fall asleep while I was talking, while I was driving. Anytime I was sitting in a dark room, I'd fall asleep
within minutes usually. That meant going to the movies, lectures, anything like that. But also, because of the fact that I was so hypersomnolent, it meant that I had a much higher level of napping, which actually meant that I was then disturbing my day-night cycle and my sense of rhythm. And this day-night rhythm is actually called the circadian rhythm, circadian, which is about day. So the day-night cycle, which is incredibly important for humans to have a healthy hormonal balance and brain development and learning and creativity and all of these things that are actually really, really important for us to have. I was missing a lot of this because I was so sleep deprived and my circadian rhythm was completely screwed up. And the effect of that was that I didn't actually get good sleep when I needed it at night. So I was at the same time an insomniac. So when I needed to sleep, I was not getting sleep. But then during the day when I didn't need to sleep, I was getting too much sleep. So it was like this double-edged sword. And that was a result of having so much sleep debt accrued. And I know that some of you listening will also have this level of sleep debt where you basically owe yourself some good quality sleep. And sleep debt, like any other debt, actually accrues over time. So you can get more and more sleep debt. So if you're sleep deprived constantly, just getting a few nights of good quality sleep is not enough to overcome that. It might be enough to bring it down by a little bit, but you need to be consistently getting sufficient sleep for a long period of time so you can eventually come back to a healthy, normal level. So this period here of trying to get back to a healthy, normal level, this is all suffering from the damages of sleep debt and deficiency. Luckily for me, my lack of sleep only lasted 1 or 2 years. For some people, this lack of sleep lasts a very long time. And, working as a doctor as well, you don't really get a ton of sleep sometimes. So there's just a general level of inadequate sleep. So it feels horrible because you're not able to actually get high quality sleep, and therefore you're both frustrated at not being able to fall asleep properly at night, and then you're also getting too much sleep during the day and you're constantly tired. Not everyone is also an insomniac. Some people just have hypersomnolence and, they'll fall asleep, crash on their pillow constantly. But it also means that during the day they're incredibly tired. And that's the effect of having this sleep debt, which can build up over years. So for me, after 1 or 2 years of honestly pretty extreme level of sleep deprivation, I had very rapidly accrued a significant level of sleep debt. And it took me approximately around 4 to 5 years for me to overcome this. And those 4 to 5 years were not pleasant a lot of the time because of the fact of the sleep deprivation and the effects of really this excessive napping. For that reason, I stopped going to lectures. Luckily for me, at the same time, I was developing my studying efficiency, so I didn't rely on going to lectures as much anyway. But overall, this is a bad time. But the thing is, actually, this is just one of the effects that is more obvious and apparent because you can feel it when you're tired. But there are a lot of effects of sleep deprivation that are not so obvious, that you wouldn't really realize because you don't have anything to compare to. And understand that, we need to know what the function of sleep actually is. So, in a weird way, the function of sleep is still scientifically a little bit of a mystery. We're not entirely sure what it's for exactly, and we're not entirely sure how the things that it achieves even works. We know that sleep is important for learning. We know that one of the ways that it does this is through activating something which is called sleep-dependent memory consolidation. And what this means, without getting too technical, is that there's an area of the brain that when you learn stuff, the information is stored there. But in order for us to then be able to use this information freely and be accessible, it actually needs to be consolidated into higher level cortices and other areas of the brain. And so we need this information to be consolidated before we can use it. So that means that if you were to spend all night cramming and you've got a test the next day, a lot of the information that you learnt through that cram would actually not be accessible to you because it's locked inside this part of the brain, which is only for that short-term storage. You need this sleep in order for that memory to actually be consolidated. And actually, you need not just sleep, but you need deep sleep as well. Okay, you need deep sleep. So sleep-dependent memory consolidation is extremely important. It basically means that the time you spend studying is not going to waste, right? So the time that you spend studying without sleep, with no sleep, actually ends up kind of going into the bin, which is a huge shame, obviously. And when you get sleep, you're actually able to use it to solve questions and problems, and talk about it and discuss it, and that knowledge is more your own. So that's one of the functions of sleep. We know that. We also know that it's involved in keeping your emotional and hormonal balance in check. This is because of the fact that we have this circadian rhythm that I was talking about before, this day-night cycle. And a lot of the hormones in your body revolve around this day-night cycle, especially hormones like cortisol, which are incredibly important for your body's stress response, and also this thing called the resistance reaction. So the resistance reaction is what happens when you are under stress for a prolonged period of time. Okay, so if you're under stress for a long period of time, you undergo this thing called the resistance reaction. And the resistance reaction is kind of like this long-term fight or flight mode where your body is under so much stress that it's trying to just stay alive. During this time, we suffer from some, bad effects. For example, our immune system gets weaker. We heal less quickly. Our muscles will recover less quickly. In fact, we'll actually start breaking down muscle, and we'll start trying to just create energy. So the idea is that we just want to create as much energy as possible because of the fact that we're under this prolonged stress, and our body is saying, man, we need as much energy as we can summon. However, in modern days, that's not because of the fact that we've been pursued by a lion for the last 3 days. It's because of the fact that we are stressed about exams coming up or something, or we're just not getting enough sleep. And sleep in itself is relevant for us to maintain our stress response. So if you're not getting enough sleep, your overall baseline level of stress gets higher. And actually, this is one of those things that you don't realize because your stress gets higher very, very slowly. So any individual day, it doesn't really look like you're getting more stressed. But if you were to look at it from let's say 2-3 years ago, there might be a difference. Obviously, there's confounding there in that, maybe your life is harder now than it was 2-3 years ago. But generally speaking, when we look at it from a chemical level, your body is under more stress when it's significantly more stress, when it's not getting enough sleep. And because our hormones also have a very strong influence on our emotional state, it also means that we are more emotionally fragile. We can get angry or short-tempered at people. We can be less patient with people, just generally more emotionally unstable, which is obviously not great for having healthy relationships with your parents or your friends or other loved ones. And on top of that, if that wasn't enough already, sleep is actually very important for a lot of your body's other physiological processes, and basically just regulating a normal human body. And therefore, not having enough sleep actually reduces, number one, the ability for your brain to develop, which is called secondary development of your brain. So secondary development happens when you're in your teenage years. And this is important for you to develop a level of cognitive maturity. So in a way, secondary development actually makes you smarter. This is when you get better critical thinking skills. This allows you to develop a better imagination. This allows you to, as a result, study faster, just be overall more intelligent. It can increase your IQ. In fact, some studies I've heard, I haven't actually read these studies myself, so this is, I'm not sure if it's 100% correct, but it definitely feels correct, that sleep deprivation can drop your IQ by 10 to 20 points from being sleep deprived on that day. So let's say that you didn't get enough sleep for a certain day. The next day when you wake up and you're sleep deprived, your IQ is a full 10 points less. Obviously, it depends on how sleep deprived you are. So not only is it making you dumber by not getting enough sleep, but also it will kill you faster as well. So sleep deprivation is linked to an early increase in mortality. Some people say that the effect of chronic sleep deprivation, of getting, I think, 1 or 2 hours less sleep per day, is the same as being obese in terms of how bad it is for your health. So obviously a lot of things going on there. So let's have a look at the stages of sleep. And this will explain a lot of things and why certain myths kind of don't work. So we're now looking at the sleep stages. And there are 4 stages of sleep. They're just simply called stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4, which has its own special name, which is also called REM sleep. You may have heard of this word before, REM sleep. It stands for rapid eye movement, and that's because of what is observed during the stage of sleep where the person has their eyes closed, but you can see their eyes kind of moving very rapidly underneath their eyelids. So this is actually very interesting. So the stages above that, which are called non-REM sleep or NREM sleep. In non-REM sleep, the progressing levels of sleep actually make your brain activity go deeper and slower. So when you look at the activity of the brain during this time, we see that here we are simply drowsy. You're still kind of in that awake state, but it's that transition from being fully awake to being sleepy. So this is stage 1. So the first stage of sleep is actually not even being asleep. The second stage of sleep is what we would call light sleep. And light sleep is when you are unconscious, you're breathing more slowly. If you've ever, if you've got a pet or something, or if you've slept next to someone else before, you will know that their breathing at a certain point when they enter into sleep actually starts getting slower and deeper as well. So at this point, your body will start relaxing, your heartbeat starts slowing down, and your brain activity goes down as well. In stage 3, this is what will be considered deep sleep. Okay, so we really want to be getting at least to stage 3 or stage 4. REM sleep is also considered deep sleep as well, but stage 3 is the beginning of deep sleep. Deep sleep is actually what provides a lot of the benefits of sleep. In a way, you can consider the non-REM stages 1 and 2 as almost just a transition to get to stages 3 and 4. It's kind of like needing to hit these checkpoints in order to get to our destination, which is deep sleep, stages 3 and 4. So deep sleeps 3 and 4 is where we actually start getting a lot of these benefits from sleep. So I remember I mentioned sleep-dependent memory consolidation. This happens when you have deep sleep, either stage 3 or stage 4. And so this is important because it takes a period of time to go from each of these levels. Deep sleep, your brain activity is slow as well. It's even slower and you're even more relaxed. The difference with REM sleep is that it's a little bit special in that this is actually a very active brain state. So your brain activity, if you were to draw a sort of a chart of brain activity, it goes from being fully awake to going slower and slower as you get deeper into sleep. And when you get into REM sleep, it actually spikes up again. And then we enter into a period of higher brain activity, even though you're still sleeping. And this is where it's corresponding to having the most vivid level of dreams. This is when your breathing actually becomes faster. It starts becoming more irregular. Your muscles actually start getting a little bit more, starts becoming more tense, and the tension in your muscles is actually what stops you from acting out your dreams. So if you have really vivid dreams, so sometimes you might have a really vivid dream and have a leg spasm. That might be you transitioning in 3 to 4 or being in 4. One of the symptoms of that we see when the muscles tighten up is that your eyes start moving very quickly because they're sort of shaking a little bit. And that's what the rapid eye movement is actually referring to. So we really want this stage 3 and 4. So because it's a transition and you need to spend a period of time at each of these stages, that means that it's not just about the total amount of sleep that you get, it's actually about how long it takes you to get to stage 3 and stage 4. So for example, if you're getting woken up every 2 hours during the night, then you're probably not ever going to get into stage 3 or stage 4 because every time you wake up, you have to go down stage 1 and 2 again. So across an entire night of sleeping, you may actually only end up getting maybe 2 or 3 hours of continued sleep in any one go. So you might get a full 8 hours of sleep in any given night. but you actually never reach stage 3 and stage 4. So you'd wake up the next day still feeling pretty tired. And you would suffer the consequences of sleep deprivation as well. Not as bad if you'd been completely awake, but still pretty bad. So this is why it's really important to remove distraction, turn your phone on do not disturb mode, things like that. You don't want things that are going to wake you up during your sleep, because we need to get to that REM stage. Now, what happens when you're sleeping is that over time, throughout a night, let's say this is an 8-hour period, then what actually happens is that your REM stages are relatively short initially. So if I draw your sleep in green, would be stage 1, dropping into stage 2, stage 3, and then stage 4, and then we actually come back out again. And then we drop in again, and when you come back out again, we might come up for a little bit, come down, and then drop into it. And then eventually what happens is that the stages start getting a little bit longer. So here, this REM stage 4, okay, may have only lasted maybe 30 minutes. Or it may have lasted even just a few minutes, even less than that. It might have been only 5 to 10 minutes of stage 4 sleep before we came back up. Whereas prolonged durations of sleep, over here, your REM stage 4 may be 30 minutes or even longer. Okay, so let's say that it's very short there, 5-10 minutes, and then it's 30 minutes towards the end. Prolonged duration of REM and deep sleep. So this is actually what we want. We need to reach a certain amount of deep stage 3 and stage 4 sleep in order to feel rested. This is another reason why you should wake up when your body kind of naturally wakes up. So, for example, if you needed to wake up at 7:30 a.m., but then you naturally wake up at 7:20 a.m. and you realize you've got 10 more minutes, you shouldn't actually go back to sleep, because in 10 minutes, what's going to happen is that you'll go from stage 1 to stage 2, and because you're still really sleepy, you'll drop into stage 3, and then you'll need to wake up. And because you've got such a sudden, sharp wake up from a deep level of sleep, you're actually going to start feeling more tired and more groggy. So it actually feels worse. And that additional 10 minutes of sleep that you're getting is not sufficient to actually provide you meaningful rest either. If you're going to sleep for longer, you need to have at least enough to get stage 3 and stage 4 for a decent amount of time for it to actually have helped you feel any more rested, which generally speaking is no less than 1 hour. So if you were to say wake up at 7 a.m., most of us would be tempted to sleep for another 30 minutes, but actually that would make things worse for you. In fact, if you woke up at 6 a.m., yes, you should go back to sleep because you can get another hour and a half, which is probably enough to get down to stage 3, if not 4 for a bit, and then bring yourself back up. But if you try to cram in sleep wherever you can, you're actually going to do yourself even more harm. Now, there are some theories around sleep that have been going around. I think there was a type of sleep timing sort of thing that said that you can actually sleep only 3 times per day. And each time you sleep is only, I think it was saying that you only need to sleep for like 1.5 hours or something each time. And that means that per day, you're only getting like around 4 hours of sleep or 3 or 4 hours of sleep. It was, I think it was made famous by some kind of investment banker or something like that. It might have been called like the Goldman sleep cycle or something. The idea here was that you're so sleep deprived that you actually force yourself to enter into stage 3 and 4 sleep straight away, so that you're just spending, like, let's say you're sleeping for 1.5 hours, you're spending 1 hour of that time in REM sleep, and then 1 hour of this time in stage 3 and 4, and then 1 hour of this time in stage 3 and 4. So you're getting a total of 3 hours of stage 3 and 4 sleep per day. Theoretically, this makes sense because stage 3 and 4 is what's important, and in a normal 8-hour block, we may only be getting really 4 hours of actual REM sleep per day anyway. So theoretically, this makes sense. We're getting the restful sleep we need. We're just cutting out all the unnecessary parts, which is stage 1 and stage 2. Studies that are done on this show that it doesn't actually work. So there are different types of sleep patterns that have been studied. Sleeping in shorter bursts 2 times a day. So for example, having a 6-hour sleep at night followed by a 2-hour nap during the day versus an 8 to 9 hour prolonged period of sleep just at night versus splitting into 3 times of 2 to 3 hours 3 times a day. these have been studied, and we've found that actually these don't really work. The human brain is just programmed across, years and years of adaptation to be very effective at this just prolonged single session sleep. So we know now generally conclusively that in order to have high quality sleep that gets all the benefits of sleep that we're looking for, all of this sort of stuff, we actually need to have sleep that is a prolonged, single, uninterrupted session. Okay, uninterrupted because we don't want to break out of our, we don't want to transition and not get all the way into deep sleep. And prolonged because this, for whatever reason, it just doesn't work this way. Even though theoretically it seems like it would work based on what we know, obviously there's a more advanced process happening in the brain that I'm personally not familiar with the science behind why it doesn't work. And at a certain point, I think I'm not sure if anyone knows exactly why it doesn't work, but for whatever reason, we know that it just doesn't work. So unfortunately, there is no way to get less sleep and just suddenly make more time. So I'm sorry, that dream is, as far as we know, dead, and you can't do that. So you need to have prolonged periods of sleep. So how much sleep is actually necessary? Well, again, when we look at different populations, we can see on a population normally distributed bell curve, most people are actually sitting between 8 to 9 hours of sleep that they need. So when most people say, get your 8 hours, that is actually on the lower end of what people need. So me personally, I know that I function the best on at least 8 to 8.5 hours of sleep. That's for me, my golden zone. And I know a lot of people that are, again, extremely productive that need 9 hours or 9.5 hours. There are very few people that need less than 8 hours. There are very, very few people that need less than 7 hours. So for me, I know that if I hit 7.5 hours, that's enough for me to get through the day without needing to nap, and I still feel relatively okay. If I hit below 7.5 hours, I'm now in the realm of very tired. If I'm sub 7 hours, that's not a good time. Yes, sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes you just don't get enough sleep and you have to crank out a 5 or 6 hours sleep. Sometimes you have to crank out 3 or 4 hours sleep. Doing this for one day every now and again as an exception is not going to kill you. But we want to avoid it as much as possible. Out of an entire month, we want 29 of 30 days to be in this band of where we need. And it's going to take some time to figure out how much sleep you need. The best way to do this is to not set an alarm and just sleep undisturbed and just see when you wake up. Now, I recommend that you actually do this for at least 7 to 10 days. The reason I say this is because it takes roughly 3 to 4 days for you to break out of your previous rhythm anyway. So for example, if you're used to waking up at 7 a.m., your body just naturally may wake you up at 7 a.m. because of the fact that it's used to it. So we want 3 to 4 days to forget about that so that we see how much sleep we need to wake up feeling well rested. See how many hours you sleep on a given day, and when you wake up, ask yourself, do I feel tired? If you still feel tired, then there's a chance that you may need more sleep. For most people who are just starting out to figure out how much sleep they exactly need, I recommend starting out with 9 hours and do 9 hours for an entire week. See how well rested you feel. After 1 week, if you still feel that you're very tired, then try to even bump that up to 9.5. Chances are you're not going to need more than 9.5. If at 9.5 though, you're still tired, that means that there might be something else going on, maybe the quality of your sleep, which might be actually affected by things like anxiety, which we're actually going to go through a routine that can help reduce that anyway. Then the next part is looking at, if 9 hours is actually enough to make us feel rested, then how much can we drop it to? So you go down by 30-minute chunks. So the next week you do, and you do it for a week each, you do 8.5 hours for a week. How do you feel? And again, we're doing them for 1 week each because we want enough time for our body to kind of forget about the previous thing and really get a good understanding of the current sleep. We want to know our number so that we can just stick to it and plan around it. We don't want to be messing around with this number for too long. Otherwise, you're going to end up like me, who spent 4 to 5 years figuring out how much sleep I need and then constantly accruing sleep debt here and there and actually making my entire journey harder. So figure out how much sleep you need. Start at 9 hours, drop it by 30 minutes per week until you get to the point where you feel like, okay, any less than this and I'm starting to wake up feeling tired. So now you know how much sleep you need and now you can block it out in your schedule a lot better. So this is a little bit about sleep, a little bit about a couple of the myths around sleep, and that you can hack it. You really can't, and you probably need more than you realize. And not getting it has some pretty significant effects. The one that's relevant, obviously, for you guys listening to this course right now is that it actually makes you dumber. And not only does it actually make you dumber, it means that the time that you spend studying is actually going to waste because you're not getting sleep-dependent memory consolidation. So don't ever stay up the night before a test because you're not even going to be able to use it. You can stay up the nights before that, but the night before, immediately before the test, make sure you get a solid, very long block of sleep so that you can consolidate everything that you need to. What we'll look at next is a series of guidelines to help you get higher quality sleep and make sure that you're not suffering from anxiety and you're getting what's called good sleep hygiene. So that's the next topic, sleep hygiene.
lessons aimed at professionals, we're going to have a look at some of the considerations that professionals have in their learning environments compared to an academic student, and how we can actually adjust some of these techniques and add new, slightly more niche techniques that students often don't need. One of the important things is that often as a professional, you have a wealth of learning experience from your formal education and various other interactions and engagements in learning. And you may actually have certain beliefs or conceptions about learning or the way that you learn that you've built up over your extensive experience. And these beliefs that you have may not necessarily be true all of the time. What I found is that often a lot of the mistakes that people make in their high school years when it comes to studying and learning don't really get corrected. And what we teach is, as you probably realize, something that's quite novel. When these things aren't fixed in the high school or university years, then they tend to just sort of persist through when we're working with professionals. So when I was first starting to work with professionals back in sort of 2014, 2015, when I started to reach out and see if I could help originally the parents of my students, and then just corporates and professionals of all sorts after that. What I noticed was that the problems that I was working with my students through when they were 17, 18, 19, 20 years old were basically the same problems, but just a different flavor, the same common root issue that had just never been addressed, and instead the person had found a way to kind of work around that. And that's very good because it means that we're not being immediately limited by these issues because we've found a way to work around them. However, it's not good in that we could just remove the barrier completely rather than just learning to work around it. And by removing the barrier, we can actually dramatically increase our efficiency for learning in a professional setting. I would say that as a professional, learning to learn is one of my strongest, if not my strongest, strength. And it's a skill that is extremely transferable, and it allows me to be very versatile in a number of different roles and be consistently outputting high value no matter what team I'm working in and no matter what environment I'm in as well. So I'm going to be passing on just a few of the techniques, but more importantly, the ways that we can use the similar principles that are taught in the main course, and how we can use and adapt those principles for more professional environments. One of the key differences that I'll note right now is that professionals often have much less need for rote memorization. As a professional, you don't often need to have a wealth of information that is on immediate retrieval without the ability to just look it up. There's definitely some things that are like that, but it's much less than what you normally are exposed to as a student, where potentially there's reams of information that you're meant to just memorize. And on top of that, in workplace settings, especially if you are in a more senior position, your level of knowledge mastery is usually expected to be at a fairly high level. The benefit of having low-level knowledge mastery is extremely limited. No one really cares if you can recall a few facts. In fact, you're probably just annoying if you're doing that. People want mastery of knowledge. We want expertise. We want someone that is able to take a task and think about it critically, use first principles, dissect and apply concepts to a high level in a range of nuanced instances. And these are all signs of true expertise, which only comes with a higher order of learning and a higher level of knowledge mastery. You will see as you go through the core course that the techniques that we teach, the fundamental cognitive processes, are all designed to get you to that level. So all of that's going to stay the same, but what you're going to see is how we can then start adapting those the really more intensive learning strategies and learning systems for professionals. Let's just go over a few quick techniques that can be helpful. One of them is very common, which is just learning the name of someone. It makes a big difference when you're able to meet someone and you actually remember their name. You shake hands and you look at them and don't just stare blankly or fill it with awkward silence. We're actually able to remember their name. If we meet a group of people, we can take a minute just to encode it on the spot, and then we're able to actually remember their name. And there's lots of little tips that are given out there about this, and I've seen so many different techniques that people teach about remembering names. But it's important that we don't hang on to just a single individual technique. So we just need to bring it back to how learning actually occurs. All learning. Information comes into our brain, and it is kept in place into our long-term memory, which, by the way, the term long-term is not like months or years. The alternative to long-term is short-term, and your short-term memory is actually in the span of seconds and arguably a couple of minutes. Generally, anything that you need to hold on to for more than a couple of minutes, that's considered long-term. Now, quality of encoding changes how long it's there for and the rate of knowledge decay. However, when you're meeting someone, the reason why you're forgetting their name like 15 seconds after hearing it is because that's how short the working memory capacity is when it wasn't encoded to begin with. So we know that in order to shunt that information from our working memory into our long-term memory, we have to create some more relevance. We have to do something with this information that gives it relationships and organizational structure. So you see, it's exactly the same as the techniques that we teach about correct encoding. What we're doing is we're giving the information a place to belong, and naturally your brain finds it more relevant and is less likely to expel it. So just like learning any detail from a textbook, a name is just sensory information. It's just data. So here are some techniques that you might want to use. Next time you meet someone and they say their name, I want you to think about their name, and then I want you to think who they look like. What type of name do they look like? You might look at someone and think, this person looks like a James. They might say, hey, my name is Kevin instead. And so whether you are right or wrong, you're actually increasing the relevance of their name because now you had your own thought. There was a hypothesis that was tested. There's more relationship because you've generated something and then you've been hypercorrected on that. And these are two cognitive phenomena that we know improve our level of encoding. Maybe they tell you their name. They say, hey, my name is Gabriel. And then you look at them and think, do they look like a Gabriel? Do they look like a Gabriel? And you might want to try to create this association with their name. Imagine that they look like this type of person and compare and contrast what you think that they look like versus their name. That process alone is probably going to be enough to help you remember their name a little bit longer. But if that's not enough, we can actually take that a step further. We can then compare and contrast them to someone of the same name. So let's say that you know another Gabriel, and you might think how this person seems similar or different to the Gabriel that you know. So again, we're building relationships with our prior knowledge and this new person. And you can actually do this in just a matter of seconds without just staring at them awkwardly. And all of this is increasing that encoding process. So again, there are techniques that I'm teaching you which you can use as a prompt, but it's important that you understand the theory behind how it's working and why it's working so that you can adapt it. You know the theory behind it, so if it's not working, you can actually go and fix it yourself. You can be the mechanic for your own brain. And once you've done this mentally, it's a good thing to immediately after hearing their name, use it multiple times. Let's say, again, we're using the name Gabriel. So we say, hi, Gabriel, nice to meet you. Is that Gabriel spelt with a whatever? And then next time you talk to them, don't just start speaking to them. Call out their name. Hey, Gabriel, blah, 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 blah. Or, hey, thanks for that, Gabriel. Use their name multiple times. And this is introducing a little bit of spaced retrieval. And so now let's say that we have spent a little bit of time to try to encode their name, create some relationships with names and imagery and people that we already know. We've spaced it and we've used their name a couple of times. What can we do if there's a group of people and we're going through and we're realizing, I'm not so confident about learning everyone's names. I went through that process, but I just want to make sure that I've got everyone. Well, one additional thing that we can do is alliterate with their name. So maybe we look at Gabriel and we think that they have, quite a nice sense of dress. So we might say this is Golf Gabriel. We might associate them with someone that plays golf. And we might even ask them, hey, do you play golf by any chance? Right? So we can use this alliteration. And what that forces us to do is it forces us to observe them and their character. And it forces us to look and be very attentive to small, subtle things about them, to try to find some way that we can relate that to something else. Not only is that actually a good conversation starter and it makes it seem like you're a really observant person, but also the thought and effort and cognitive load associated with trying to observe them and find some way to create alliteration with their name. Tidy Tim, Organized Oliver. That is going to help, again, increase the encoding. And then finally, if you do forget, as soon as you've forgotten it, just be open and ask them for their name again. Don't leave it and drag it on for ages. Otherwise, it's going to be awkward. And actually, if you feel like they've forgotten your name and you want it to not be awkward for them, you can pretend like you've forgotten their name and you can say, hey, it was Gabriel, right? And often that gives them permission to be like, oh yeah, sorry, I've forgotten your name. And then you can introduce your name again. As someone that does a lot of networking, this is a technique that works pretty consistently. I can meet 20 people, in the space of 5 minutes, and I'll be able to remember at least 16 or 17 of those names. And it's always very impressive. They do think a little bit more highly of you when you're able to, remember their name. It makes them feel like you are taking them seriously. Now, as a bonus little tip for foreign names, what I recommend is that you ask them how to spell the name and how to pronounce it properly, and spend a little bit of effort to spell it and pronounce it properly. Not only does that show a level of respect for that person's name and heritage and culture, but it also, again, gives you an opportunity to associate that name with something that's a little bit more familiar. For example, the spelling in, the language that you're comfortable with. You get the ability to generate a little bit more, which helps with the encoding again. And a really good one is to ask them if that name means anything. You can do the same thing. Again, if it's a completely foreign name that you've never heard before and you might think that's quite interesting, you can say, oh, hey, does your name mean anything? If they say this is what it means, there's another thing that we can associate to that person and serve as an additional memory cue. I've seen lots of other techniques taught out there, like draw the person's name on their face, like mentally visualize drawing, writing each letter on their face. Sure, you could do that, but it's using a very low level of psychology. It's probably more time consuming to do that, and it's not going to work when you're meeting lots of people at the same time. Probably going to stare at them for too long, and ultimately it's just a more inefficient way of trying to remember names. We always want to go back to the fundamental principles and think, how do we actually create relationships to increase the structure and encoding? And all of the techniques that I've given you are built to increase the amount of relationships, and they work really, really good. So give them a go. Let me know how you find it. I teach in the course for when I'm in meetings, when I'm getting briefs, when I'm managing projects, when I'm in in-depth, intensive strategic meetings, in a range of different situations. Anytime I'm absorbing sensory information and I'm expected to hold on to it and manipulate that information for usage in some form, that requires learning. I use the very same principles that's taught in the core course in these settings. I'll be sitting there in a meeting and the notes that I'm writing are as if I'm sitting there in a lecture. It creates a very deep and rapid mastery of the information. It allows you to participate in the conversation at a much deeper level. It allows the questions that you ask to be much more meaningful and pertinent. It allows you to identify gaps or issues in what's being told to you. It shows the listener that you've really been paying attention, and it means that after you've heard everything, you're able to retain a significant amount of it, an impressive amount of it. The techniques that you learn about in-class technique, any technique that you learn that's about absorbing sensory information, reading something, listening to something in class or lectures, you can replace all of that with as if it's in a meeting, someone speaking to you, and all of the exact same techniques will still apply. So, for example, if we're in a big strategy meeting, then I might be trying to create some kind of chunking. And I might think about what the most efficient, most intuitive way to chunk this information is. They'll say various things and I'll note down the key words and ideas that they're talking about. And I'll constantly be looking and asking myself, why is this important? How does this relate to each other? And how can I group and simplify it? I might chunk them based on the people that are involved or the roles that are involved. I might chunk them based on the level of urgency or priority. I might do it based on the departments that are involved. I might chunk it based on the timeline, different timelines and different expected schedules. I might chunk them based on the tasks or projects that they fall under. Or I might use a combination of all of them. I might say that this is the first stage of the timeline, and that stage is divided into 3 different projects involving 4 different groups of people. By being very, very active with the information that I'm receiving and constantly seeing how can I simplify and chunk this together, and drawing an actual map of this while I'm in there actively listening to someone, is a skill that's incredibly valuable, but it does take a level of mastery over the technique. It's not going to be easy for you to be able to sit there and then whip something out that's perfect, that's a high level of mastery on your first go. You will have to train this technique on something that's a little bit more controllable. For example, through reading a book or some kind of online article where you can control the rate of information coming in. Once you have the cognitive process down on how to do the chunking, you'll be able to do it with someone speaking to you very quickly. Your cognitive process will be able to keep up. But obviously it requires a certain level of competence and proficiency with the technique, which comes with practice. So if you try to do this for the very, very first time in a meeting, I mean, you'll probably find that it straight away helps you, but it may not be as helpful as I'm painting it out to be until you get a little bit more practice with it. One tip that I will give you, though, that can just really make this much easier is to ask questions about what's being told to you that help you to simplify the information. Always be thinking about how it can be brought into a big picture. Whenever someone says something to you, think about where that belongs. How does that relate to everything else that's been told here? And try to bring them into a bigger picture, simpler chunk. A good sort of template to go with is you're trying to almost paraphrase what they're saying in a format of, so what you're basically saying is that we need to do this. And the this represents the chunk. So they may be telling you about extensive things to do with a new development project or a marketing campaign that's running. So you might say, okay, so we're basically saying that we want to achieve this followed by this. And in that first step, we have these 3 steps. And in the second part, we've got these 2 steps. Is that right? But then what about the third one? Is that in the first part or is that in the second part? When you ask questions like that, it not only deepens your knowledge, but it shows the other person that you're really, really engaged. And it allows your mastery of knowledge to be very, very deep. Now, as a business owner and as an employer that works with contractors and freelancers and employees of all sorts, it's really very, very frustrating when the person that you're talking to doesn't take the effort to really try to actively simplify and chunk the information and ask these types of questions. And then 30 minutes later, after the meeting is over, they just ask you all of these questions and you just think, why could you not ask these questions during the meeting? The unfortunate thing is that a lot of people will think that. So if you're able to be the person that can sit there and ask these meaningful questions at the appropriate time that's pertinent, that gives you a really deep level of knowledge mastery, then not only is your quality of work going to be better, but it's going to look a lot better as well. Because it's impressive when someone can sit, listen, absorb information, and then synthesize something that is simplified and accurate and comprehensive. And that skill is the skill of chunking. And trying to ask questions that help you to simplify it is going to be one of your gateways to achieving that. You can see the parallels in what's taught in the core course. Full learning systems that are more suited for professional settings. A learning system is a multi-component entity that's composed of multiple different techniques. You will find that some of these systems are very difficult to use unless you have a level of competency with the basic cognitive processes that are taught in the core course, because a lot of the efficiency gains are going to come from you being able to do chunking and tolerate a high cognitive load to a relative level of proficiency. And if you haven't done the practice, or if you're still early on, these systems are going to be very, very difficult for you to achieve. So if you do try them and you find that you're struggling, then don't be disheartened. Simply go back to the core course, continue to work through that. Once you've developed the cognitive process sufficiently, you should be able to fairly simply plug it into these systems and use them with a little bit of adaptation and a bit of hopes to just tweak it and lubricate all the joints. One of the important things to note about these learning systems is that the system that you use depends on your need. Different needs and environments have different types of systems that are going to be suited for it. So for example, there are going to be some learning environments that you're in as a professional that are heavily experiential, and you have a lot of very relevant learning experience on a daily basis. A great example of this would be something like medicine, clinical medicine, where you're seeing patients and those very patients have things that you need to learn about them. Or you may be in something that's a little bit slower where there is a lot of on-the-job learning. However, your academic learning is a little bit removed from your daily work. A great example of that would be like financial advisory or accountancy, where what you are learning, for example, studying for an exam that's coming up, is related as a field, but it may not really be related to your daily work, or at least not extensively. So different systems have different needs, and it's going to be up to you to identify which type of system is going to work well for you. But I'll do my best to outline them and tell you in what types of situations different systems will work. But again, let me make this very, very clear. If you find these systems difficult to use, there is a high chance that it's because the cognitive processes that you would need to engage in these may not be fully developed, which you would need to go to the core course to develop before coming back to this. To talk about is the micro-learning system. Micro-learning is the idea of learning through multiple discrete, shorter intervals of learning rather than an extended long study session. Micro-learning systems are most effective for people who have very tight schedules and are not able to sit and study for extended periods of time, I'd say longer than an hour or so. Well, it's very rare to get that opportunity. Most successfully, I have used this with students that I've had who are competitive athletes who are training 30, 40 hours a week while going through university. I've also used it for people that have multiple jobs that don't have extended periods of time to study, or they're staying up at crazy hours of the night to just try to fit in a little bit of study, which compromising sleep is never really a great thing. So how does a micro-learning system actually work? So the entire system is built on allowing us to maximize whatever discrete intervals we have, as short as 5-minute intervals. So let me outline some of the key principles that we need to follow. First main principle is that we have to always cycle between different stages of the learning, potentially multiple cycles per day. And the cycle goes like this. In the first section is prime. Priming means that the first thing that we do is identify what it is that we need to learn. As a professional, learning requirements may be curriculum bound if there's a particular exam that you're sitting, or they may be just on-the-job learning that you need to do for your professional needs. Whatever it is, we need to be very clear about what it is that we are intending to learn. I would recommend priming only for a short amount of time. Think about what you might be able to learn in just 1 or 2 hours if you were able to sit and study that for an extended period of time. And we can use a number of different ways of priming. We can start with a list of questions that we need to answer. This is personally my favorite way of priming it, but we could just start with a list of keywords, a set of objectives or outcomes, maybe even KPIs if that's relevant for you. Whatever you want to start with, the idea is that we just want to be really, really focused so we know exactly what we need to learn. And we're going to set ourselves up for the next stage. In the next part, we have map. What we're doing now is we're identifying all of the resources that we have at our disposal that we can draw on to answer the questions or learn whatever we had primed on. This is simply about identifying the resources, seeing what information can be found in different resources, and thinking, how will I navigate these resources to extract this information? We haven't yet actually started studying yet. This is all preparation. The next step is explore. Exploring is about now going through the resources and picking out the main ideas that are relevant for whatever we primed on. Now, because we only primed on 1 or 2 hours worth of material, the amount of stuff that we're exploring shouldn't be enormous. We're not going to have like an entire, massive textbook worth of stuff that we're going through. It's going to be, a few key concepts and maybe the few key concepts underneath that. And what we're going to do here is when we encounter these, we're going to try to build our logic layer as quickly as possible. Logic layer taught in the ascent stages. The idea here is that we want to extract what are the main ideas, usually 3 to 4 main ideas as well as what are the relationships between them. And we want to really quickly just map this out. It's a useful thing if you can to have a little notebook with you that you can actually draw on as you go and you pull out throughout the day, or if you've got a device like a tablet or a laptop or something where you can actually document this, it's going to be really helpful, especially if you can do it non-linearly, because trying to represent relationships through written text, especially when it gets even moderately complicated, is a absolute nightmare. You're going to be writing thousands of words worth of information just to try to communicate relationships when it starts getting even a little bit more complex. So non-linear relational based note taking like we teach is preferred here if you can find a way to do it. And there's lots of different devices that you can use for this. For me, if I've got my iPad handy, I will use my iPad. I might use my laptop and just write using my touchpad. I might have a piece of paper that's next to me. I also have other devices like a Remarkable notebook that I can scribble on, or even just a piece of scrap paper. I've even done it on just napkins before, which is, I know it's very Hollywood, but it gets the job done. And this particular step of explore, we may need to loop this a few times sometimes. We may not feel like we've got a good idea of the main ideas in just that single sitting, because that single sitting may literally just be like 5 minutes, between meetings, and it may not be enough. So we might need to loop this around a few times, but we want to do this until we feel like we've got a pretty good idea of the main ideas and the way that they all connect together. Once we're able to achieve that, then we can move on to the next stage. Now, note that I'm not going to be explaining the exact process of how to get these main ideas and how to evaluate if you've got the right ideas or the right relationships, because that is taught in Technique Training Ascent 1, Ascent 2, Ascent 3. After this, we go into the dive stage. Dive means that we pick a specific point, a specific chunk that seems relevant, that's whatever we want to start with, and it doesn't really matter what we start with, and we're going to go in and we're going to learn about that a little bit more deeply. We've framed everything in the previous exploration step, and now we're going to dive into it. We're going to learn about it more deeply. We're going to add those notes to whatever nonlinear format of note-taking that we have. And again, we might need to repeat the dive step a few times until we've fleshed it out. After we've done our dive, we're not going to then just go through and dive on every single item. And the reason is because if you're spreading this out across multiple micro-learning sessions, for example, your priming might be 10 minutes on the train on the way to work. Your mapping might be 3 minutes when you're waiting for an elevator. Your explore might be 20 minutes during your lunch break. And your first dive might be 4 hours later while you're waiting for the water to boil before you make dinner. Because of the fact that each of these sessions may be so far apart from each other, it's actually quite hard to continually build the narrative, and it disrupts the encoding process quite significantly. So after doing every individual dive, we actually want to go and then consolidate that against the logic that we have initially framed. So if we look at this, in the explore section, we might have something that looks like this. And that might be your main ideas. And then we might dive into it and find that, hey, I'm going to start with this. There's a little bit to know there, and there's a little bit over here. And we might do this again and again until we figure out exactly how this particular idea works. We're not going to then go on to the next point and the next point and the next point and the next point. We're not going to do that. Instead, what we're going to do is we are going to stay at just this, and we're going to look at the entire thing as a whole. We're going to zoom out. All right, how do some of these things relate to maybe some of these other areas? And give ourselves the ability to create a few more relationships there. Once we've consolidated, we can either start the cycle again, because sometimes what will happen is that when you've gone through it, you realize that what you primed might be a little bit incorrect. You've got new resources you need to map out. Things can happen. Or if you're pretty happy with the resources that you've got, if your learning outcomes haven't changed, then we can go straight from that and jump back into the explore or back into the dive, whichever one you think that we need to work on. And we continue that loop. We continually go from the big picture, consolidating, going into the dive, back to the big picture, going into the dive, back to the big picture. And it's actually viable to build through knowledge like this in just discrete 5, 10, 15, 20, 30-minute bursts, change throughout the day. And you can get an impressive amount of learning that's done. The reason that micro-learning systems are actually viable is this very strange cognitive phenomenon where Micro-learning in itself appears to be more effective than it really should be. I don't know if we know why this is, but it could be that the time pressure of having to do it in these discrete bursts forces and sharpens our concentration and may improve our encoding ability or our working memory capacity temporarily. It doesn't work when it's an extended session, but when you do micro-learning sessions, it may be that there is a part of the time pressure that makes the learning from each individual session disproportionately more effective than you would think it would be. This is really how we're prioritizing this. We are chaining it together and we're cycling in this way. Once we've covered everything that we meant to cover in the prime, we can move on to prime the next thing. And we can, continue so on and so forth. Now, the good thing about a micro-learning system is that you often don't need to think about the spaced interleaved retrieval part because you're usually retrieving it as part of your work. That's the really, really good thing, is that when you're learning as a professional, you don't have to worry so much most of the time about just the absolute memorization of things. And if you did, you can use some kind of personal knowledge management or second brain app like Notion or Obsidian or Roam Research or just a Google Doc or a spreadsheet, or really any app that you want to use that's going to just store that information so that you can search for it later. So you can offload all of those things onto that, and we're going to use this for just building that logic and conceptual understanding and building a higher level of knowledge mastery. And what you'll find is that if you follow these steps, you will be able to reach a high level of knowledge mastery much faster than you would normally expect if you've got the right cognitive process down, which you learn in the core course. And that's because of the fact that it's fundamentally based on creating very, very simple chunks because you just don't have time to do anything else. And when you go deeper, it's already framed inside a chunk. So we've already got good organizational structure. So there's a lot of inherent advantages to a micro-learning system. Is a micro-learning system better than actually having extended single study sessions? The answer is no. Why? Because you can add a micro-learning system on top of pretty much any existing system anyway. So using a micro-learning system is a way to make do if you need to. But if you can afford to have, like, let's say a weekend where you're really, going through a lot of material at once, then you can do that, use the core curriculum techniques for that. And then throughout the week, you can incorporate a micro-learning system on top of that to get even more gains out of it. This is one of the most common systems that would be used. It's probably the most common system that's used among professionals across the board for a range of different disciplines and levels and needs. It's incredibly flexible. Yes, there are some inherent limitations. Yes, you do need to be leveraging off of certain devices, and actually having something like a tablet and a stylus or something does facilitate this a little bit more, but it does give you the ability to really make use of pockets of time that you may not normally be able to use. Make sure that you have high quality encoding, even if you never really get a chance to really sit down and properly study. Now, the second principle that we want to follow with the micro-learning system, even though I have said that you don't need to worry so much about the spaced interleaved retrieval, we do need to make sure that we have a big retrieval session at some point, or at least, if you can't do a single big retrieval session, multiple smaller sessions. And the idea is that because of the fact that our learning is so fragmented in the initial encoding steps, even though we may end up using them as a professional in normal retrieval, you should actively seek opportunities to retrieve this information and use it at a deeper level. Otherwise, as with all information, we risk retrieval failure. And if you spent the amount of time to actually learn it this way, then we don't want to lose that. We want the ability to actually absorb it, take it in, and utilize it effectively and retrieve it when we really need to retrieve it. And retrieval failure can happen to anyone, no matter how well you've encoded it. It's always going to happen. So having a bigger consolidated retrieval session is useful. And, it's going to be up to you to think about how you can kind of incorporate that in within your professional schedule and your working schedule. You may be putting yourself in situations where you need to utilize that knowledge, or if you do have the ability for, let's say, a weekend where you can spend 4 or 5 hours on a weekend to do a bit more study, you may set that as your dedicated retrieval session where you do your interleaved retrieval. That's going to be more relevant for people that are learning things that aren't directly aligned with your daily work. But if you're in a situation where you legitimately in your daily work are retrieving what you learn constantly, then you don't actually need to do these retrieval sessions pretty much at all. The best example of this is people that are learning new languages and then immediately just applying the new language. You don't need to use this because you're just practicing and applying it just constantly. Or another common one is if you're a small business owner and you've got your finger in the pie in every different aspect of business and you're learning about business, you probably end up using that information that you learn like 20 times a day as it is. But if you feel like you're not using all the information, if you're not getting the amount of retrieval at the end of a week, then think about adding in some kind of scheduled retrieval session, at least one big one, or at least multiple smaller ones where you give yourself the opportunity to pick up on the things and interleave and retrieve. Now, finally, a small variation that we can add onto this. If you are in a position where there is stuff that you need to legitimately actually memorize, which is fairly rare, but if you are in that situation, then as you're going through this process, when you're going through the dive step or the consolidate step, you can actually just add this information to flashcards or some other memorization aid that you want to use. And then you can go through and do the flashcards as per whatever comes up through your algorithm. Now, you shouldn't have too many of these, and again, it's pretty rare for that to be the case. But if you are putting and offloading these onto something like flashcards, then you can save time by not necessarily needing to use another PKM or second brain system like Obsidian, Roam Research, Notion, etc., whatever your pick is, because you can reference all of that information in your flashcards. Now, a pro tip to actually being able to do a retrieval session in a somewhat natural way, if you can find a way to fit this in, is to teach what you've learned to a colleague or a junior or someone else, or present it in a meeting, or find a way to actually incorporate it into your work. And it's two birds with one stone. You're doing your retrieval practice and you're actually doing it when in your working hours, and you're contributing and you're helping other members of the team, all of the good stuff. So if you can find a way to position yourself to be an educator or teacher, or sort of giving you the ability to retrieve and teach what you've learned to someone else, that is a really, really good way of actually fitting in these retrieval sessions. And so you may not have an opportunity like that to begin with, but also if you're like an employee and you talk to your manager or employer and you say, hey, I'm learning this sort of stuff and I think it'd be really valuable to be able to teach some of the other people in the team about this, they may actually be amenable to setting up something, maybe an hour every couple of weeks, where you sit down and teach people things. And that could be your big retrieval session, or at least one of the retrieval sessions. And again, two birds with one stone. The clinical system, which is maybe one of the most unique and niche systems. It's purpose-built for clinicians. It's the one that I teach for doctors, residents that are studying for their training exams. It's the one that I recommend to clinical medical students if they have the level of core skills necessary to execute on this. It is a fairly advanced one, and it is very specific, but it's optimized for maximum levels of learning in a clinical environment. The unique aspects of clinical learning, and it's worth noting, this is a method of studying that I personally did not use while I myself was a medical student or going through the clinical years. It's the one I wish I knew. It's the one that I ended up developing while working with medical students and doctors in order to try to sort of overcome some of the limitations while using and leveraging off of some of the strengths. And it's been refined over the years to the version that I'm about to teach you now. And I so wish that I knew this when I was going through it myself. There are a few aspects of clinical practice that are very unique learning environments. And we're going to be aiming to actually leverage off of all of these. So number one, the unique aspect is that your patients are a learning resource, which means that when you see a patient, when you examine a patient, there's actually a lot of learning to be had. After I did my honors, after my 5th year of medical school, I had an entire year where I wasn't really studying any clinical medicine. And then I was entering into my final year of medical school immediately after that. My knowledge was rusty. I had to Google how to take a history all over again because I was that rusty. When I was going into that year, what I realized was at a certain point of my studying, I wasn't able to learn anymore. I felt that there was a very hard cap on my learning efficiency. I felt that I couldn't actually learn because I felt I didn't have the relevance of what I was learning. It just felt too theoretical. It wasn't what clinical medicine, I had remembered clinical medicine to be about. What I realized was that the most important thing for me to do right now is to get my examination skills back on par so that when I'm interacting with my patients, I'm actually able to really elicit the signs and truly learn from the experience to bring relevance and context to what I was studying. This is the very phenomenon that we're really going to exploit extremely heavily. Patients are a fantastic learning resource, and as part of your clinical work, you're going to be interacting with patients, all the time. Well, I guess unless you're a radiologist or a pathologist, for most clinical professions, patient-facing specialties, you're going to be interacting with patients, and they're going to be a huge source of information. Okay, that's number one principle. Okay, the second unique thing is that the total volume of what there is to learn is massive. And this is a challenge just because of the fact that there's a lot of volume, but this actually ends up working to our advantage because we can actually be relatively undiscriminating in how we study, because no matter what we study, there's a high chance that we're going to need to know it anyway, especially if you're studying for like a final specialist training exam or something like that. The amount of knowledge that you need to have within your like entire domain is very, very deep. And almost anything that's related to the patients that you're seeing is fair game. It actually makes it a little bit easier for us because patients are a huge learning resource, but there's so many things we can learn, and it's overwhelming. What do we go into? And it's actually easier for us because in a way it almost, not quite, but almost doesn't matter what we go into because we're going to need to go into it at some point anyway. And so we're actually able to exercise our order control here and pair these things up together. Okay. Number 3, there is a naturally high level of interleaved retrieval in your practice, especially if you are a doctor in a specific specialty for an extended period of time. You're likely to see the common things and all the variations of those common things 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 times. And so there's naturally high level of interleaving. So if we're focusing in on studying stuff that has a high level of natural recurrence in your practice, we can get a lot of spaced interleaved retrieval done purely through just clinical practice without spending any additional time. And the really good thing about this is that when we build a system around it, it means that every patient interaction actually offers us more educational value than it normally would have. Because on top of whatever value it would give us through our primary encoding, it can also give us the interleaved retrieval benefit and the re-encoding benefit from essentially reviewing material that we'd already studied before. Let's see how we can actually package all of this. There's a few different stages that we go through. The first thing, and this is really one of the most unique aspects of this system, is that our order control will be patient dictated. And this is the switch, one of two primary big switches and perspectives of studying that really increase the overall efficiency, especially studying really boring things. Like I know that there are a lot of surgical residents that really cannot be bothered studying path, and you just have to. And this is a great way of actually being able to cover that stuff in a way that just feels a little bit more engaging. So number 1 is we see a patient. In actual practice, we see a patient. What we're going to do is we're going to take that patient and we're going to take the various problems and diagnoses and pathologies and whatever there is about this patient, examination findings, whatever you can find that is pertinent that you know that you need to learn. And when you're first studying, it may just be like everything. I need to learn everything about this patient. And if that's the case, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. We're going to whittle through this list eventually anyway. And we pick the one that we think is the most important. So we take this patient and then we isolate it down into possible learning points that this patient can teach us. Start with the ones that feel like they're the biggest topics that are likely to come up the most commonly, or the ones that are going to be the most life-threatening, the ones that are the most examinable, whatever it is, the ones that we think are like the heaviest hitters, the highest yield areas and learning points from this particular patient. Okay, patient number 1. And we're going to isolate those points out, and we're going to prioritize it and say, okay, this is the particular point that I want to start with. And again, this first point that you pick, it doesn't really matter if it's like the exactly best one. What matters is that you just pick a point that is relatively pretty relevant, because it's going to just build on there anyway. We're then going to take this and we're actually going to map out the patient journey with a big brain dump. So this will happen, maybe later that day, when you're at home studying or whatever it is. We're going to do a big brain dump on this particular learning point, right? So this is our main focus, and we're going to expand it out. We're going to do a big brain dump, and we're going to start all the way from whatever's relevant for you at your level. For example, if you're a medical student, you may want to start just from like, okay, the etiology, epidemiology, history, presenting complaint, and all the possible presenting complaints, the history or the elements of the history, the pertinent closing questions, your investigations and examination findings, your differentials list, all of that sort of stuff. If you are more advanced, you actually want to map this out even further. So here's how the mapping will work. So we have our basic flow of segments that we're going through. So for example, we might go history, investigations, we might do our management and follow-up. Okay, for example, okay, and you can go as deep as you need to, or you can go as shallow as you need to, depending on the level that you need. And if you don't know absolutely anything about this, then that's fine. Just write whatever you know, like whatever that is, just write whatever you know. And it could just be only what you saw from the single patient. That might be the only thing. You're usually going to know a little bit more about it. There's going to be heaps of blanks potentially, but just write whatever you know. And the goal of what we're going to do is we're going to take each point of this and we're going to create branching pathways. So for example, there's the patient history. So they could present with these symptoms, or they could present with these symptoms. They could have certain things on the investigations. As more information comes out, depending on that information, that might change the story a little bit. They may have an additional, let's say, comorbidity or something. Let's look at an an investigation. Let's say that we did a CT scan on this person, and the CT scan findings were positive for a particular thing. Then that is going to create a branch that goes in this particular direction. But if it was negative, it creates a branch that goes in this direction. And they may meet up later with another investigation or whatever it is, or they may not. And then a further investigation, there may be a blood test result that's particularly, positive or negative. And so we have these multiple different points along the diagnostic and management process. Post-operatively, they may get an infection, they may not get an infection. If they get an infection, it may be a typical or it may be an atypical microbe. If it's, it may be resistant or non-resistant. The healing may be impaired by a number of different factors, right? So there's all these different variations that you might be aware of. And the types of variations that can occur and how deep we're going to go into this depends on your level. So if you're a medical student, you're just not going to go as deep into all these variations as you would if you are a surgical trainee. So at the end of this, what we're going to have this fairly enormous web of a single learning point that has gone through all the possible variations of what has occurred. We're going to take that web, and on that particular day, we're going to take just one of those branches, and we're going to learn about what is the most relevant thing that we can learn on that day about one of those branches. So we'll go through and say, okay, this is the part that I'm weaker on. We're going to go in and learn a little bit about that. We're going to see that it branches here. So let's say that the healing is impaired because of some kind of reason. Maybe that actually relates to the inflammatory response. Maybe we want to review a little bit about our cytokine pathways, or maybe we want to look at antibiotic profiles. Maybe we want to use that as an opportunity to revise and review some other type of information. So as we go through these branching points, we are naturally given the prompt to review other types of information that will be relevant. This is the reason why it's great for studying those little things that kind of feel a little bit boring or tedious to study by themselves. But what we're doing is we're just wrapping it completely in this clinical context. And we're going to use it as an opportunity to study about that particular point. So on any given single day, we may only get through, let's say, half of a single branching point. And that's fine, because the purpose here is not actually to get through every single branching point. That's actually not the purpose. This is really where the system starts building up inefficiency. We're going to do this for this particular learning point, and we're going to keep doing this, and we'll stick on this learning point for maybe 1 or 2 days. Okay. So on the day, we'll look at it, and then the day after, and then maybe another day. So a total of that evening, going home, mapping it all out, getting started on one of those branches, the day after, maybe the day after that. Not too long. After that, we're going to pick a new patient, and we're going to try to pick a patient that has a condition or something that is in some way connected to at least one of the branching points that you already identified in your map. It's very easy to do, especially if you're working in a single specialty. There's just going to be overlapping branches just endlessly. So you just pick a patient that has some kind of overlap with a branch that you've already created. And you're going to build the exact same thing. You're going to take that patient, you're going to create the list of possible learning points. You're going to pick the one that you think is relevant, that has as a connected branch, and you're going to build again out that chain using a brain dump, and then you're going to do as many of the variations as you can, and you're going to map out all the possible variations. And this process obviously involves you potentially just going in and studying a little bit about something. Like, this is not a very quick process. Like, mapping out just like the obvious variations can easily take you a couple of hours. And that is good learning as well, because it's just naturally setting up an amazing space for interleaving. And then we'll see that it interacts with your previous patient at a certain point. It may be that post-operatively, they may have a very similar type of recovery complication. It may be that pre-operatively, they have a similar type of anesthetic risk. It may be that their vulnerability factors or etiology is similar for something. It may be that there are very similar comorbidities. Whatever it is, we're going to just find the area where the branching points intersect, and we're going to do exactly the same process. We're going to go through, that main branch, learn whatever is relevant to the level of depth that we need for that single main branch, and then we're going to go through a couple of the other branches for maybe a couple of additional days. Now, at this stage, we have actually learned a wide variety of things. We've learned a little bit of maybe anatomy. We've reviewed a little bit of antibiotics. We've reviewed a bit of, pharmacology. We've looked at a little bit about patho. We've looked at, your clinical reasoning process. We've maybe looked at, specifics to do with etiology or epidemiology. And we've actually gone in deep in a number of different areas. And some of those topics that we've studied will be really transferable. So for example, if one of those branching points was a inflammatory complication, then we have actually spent some time to learn about the inflammatory process there. And that is a very common thing that you can apply in every other patient that you see that has any form of inflammation or inflammatory complication. So we're taking a single patient and we're getting some learning relevant to that particular patient, but we're just using it as a springboard to create a web and create some variations. And we're linking a lot of these other topics to a clinical context that's just directly relevant. But because it's impossible to chase every single branch, and that would not be an efficient way of doing it, we can actually just pick a new patient maybe twice or 3 times, probably twice a week, and use that as our springboard. And what you will find after maybe 3 to 4 weeks of doing this is that there are certain areas that heavily intersect very, very often. And those areas of heavy intersection will become very strong points of knowledge because they're coming up constantly, and you'll start to develop a more fluent understanding of how all these different components will actually interleave together in real practice. As you continue to do this, because of the nature of medicine where common things are common, you will end up going through all of the common conditions and learning points and all of the related high yield variations. And depending on the level of depth that you're doing this, after around a month to a couple of months of applying this consistently, you're going to find that this initially extremely overwhelming challenge of so many possible variations and branches becomes so intersecting and so repeating in the pattern that the time that it takes to fill out and go through a branch is much shorter. And also your ability to just navigate through possible permutations is much more fluent. And the reason is because this clinical learning system is built around just maximal interleaving at every single stage. And for clinical medicine, where there is a discrete number of conditions with a near infinite number of permutations and interleaved variations that you can be exposed to, the problem is usually not a lack of core understanding of just core information. The problem is usually that we're not able to apply and interleave that information and extract more than one patient's worth of learning from that patient. Let's use a much more practical example like surgery. Let's say you're trying to learn a specific set of procedures for a surgery. Let's say you're a student, you're just trying to be more engaged in the surgery, not fall asleep standing. So you're going to learn what the procedures are so that you can actually follow along and see what's going on. We can do the same thing. So when you make a cut through here, what happens if you go a little bit to the left? Do you hit a nerve? Do you hit an artery? Are we really careful about dissecting here? Why are we blunt dissecting in this particular area? Why did we make that decision? We can build a very similar web. Again, initially, very overwhelming. But we always remember the point is not to cover everything. The point is to cover what seems the most relevant, what seems the most important, what seems the most common. And over time, the less common things will end up just getting peripherally covered. I've said it again, but it's just a really good way of covering those minor little points that you normally may not, be so excited to study. And you can actually cover probably like 80, 90% of all of those tiny little things purely using this method. And then nearer to your exams, you can go through and sweep through to see if there's anything that you've missed. You can review things, you can consolidate the information, you can bring it all together. But honestly, after a couple of months of using this system, everything should be just so together that the information just feels second nature. Even incredibly nuanced pieces of information like medication dosages, because you can make permutations based on what if you overdose, what if you underdose. And based on those permutations, your understanding about the pharmacology or pharmacokinetics of that particular medication gets deeper and deeper. And then you realize that, hey, medications of similar mechanisms seem to have similar side effect profiles. They seem to react in very similar ways. Because your basic logical understanding of things that increases over time, it just becomes easier to think about the entire domain as a whole. And this is where we're starting to develop that consultant or attending physician level of expertise, that ultra wide and pattern recognition, which is normally not achievable without years and years of experience. But we're able to achieve this much faster because for every single patient interaction, we are hypothetically mapping out 3 to 4 additional variations. So we are able to effectively gain the same level of learning as experience as 3 to 4 times the level of patient exposure. Is it exactly the same thing? No. But does it emulate the level of experience and therefore increase our overall domain-specific knowledge growth? Yes, massively. If you're a clinical student trying to follow this system, you will find that probably after 2 weeks of just trying this, you've just probably already covered everything that you need to know at a student level. It is very, very fast at identifying core concepts, core ideas, core flows, clinical reasoning, diagnostic permutations, and the reasoning behind them. It's very, very good at getting you used to applying your knowledge, and it's really good at seeing how different conditions and different variables can affect each other. So if you're a student, you're in luck, you're going to be flying through being able to do this. If you have the fundamental ability to think relationally and tolerate the cognitive load associated with this. Because what I'm not mentioning here is the process of actually studying, right? This is the strategy on what we should be learning and when we should be learning it. But I haven't talked at all about when you go to study about your cytokines or your coagulation cascade or your antibiotic profiles or your core pathophysiology. When you go to study about that, the techniques you're using should be the the core course techniques that we teach, the bear-hunter system, the hip shot, multi-pass, whatever stage that you're up to, we're using those techniques. So you do need to have good chunking, good relational thinking, good nonlinear note-taking, good priming, all of that sort of stuff. That needs to be there because that is a method through which you're going to absorb and take in the information. What this is saying, here is what you should be learning each time. And it's a very engaging way of learning, and it even just changes the way that you start seeing your clinical experience. You will look at patients and be a lot more aware of where the learning points are. Give it a go. Let me know how you find it. And remember, in the first couple weeks of doing this, it will be extremely overwhelming because you're going to have massive networks of information and webs and patient permutation flows with heaps of gaps of knowledge, and you're just going to be like, where do I start? Don't worry about it. It's just the nature of the game. You just start wherever you want to start, and you just let it carry you, and you just move on to the next one. And as you go through and these branches start getting filled and filled and filled, give it a few weeks, and then you'll see that every new patient you add is not adding proportionally as much uncertainty. The variables are being repeated. The issues are being repeated. The pathophysiology is being repeated. You're starting to see trends and patterns and tendencies. We're starting to see fundamental lines of logic between it. And once we see that, we're seeing the light. We're on the other way. And we can wrap that up with going through everything in your curriculum or whatever it is that you're studying from to see, is there anything that I've missed, to sweep up those tiny little points that might have been missed by this big open net. And then at the very end, you can just go and clean up if there's any details or specifics that you might have missed using this system. There's those tiny little points that might not have been caught. Now, as a closing remark, I just want to mention a few things about using this system that's also kind of the side effect benefits of it, which is important because these are also very common problems that I think students, especially new clinical students, find themselves in, is that by using the system, it actually forces you to stick to one key learning point or disease or patient flow at a time. And that's really important because what I often see, and even I was aware of this when I was a clinical student, and I avoided trying to do this because I could, even at that early stage, see that it was really problematic, is that there's so many things that you can be learning, and your consultants or attendings will say, hey, you should study this, you should study this, you should study this, hey, have a look at this, have a look at this, have a look at this. And actually just trying to manage that can be overwhelming in itself. So you need to have a really robust system to not overwhelm yourself. Otherwise, you can spend a lot of time studying stuff and ultimately get to the end of your run and feel like you haven't really learned much or still be very unconfident and now think, man, I have to learn this next run, but I haven't even learned the stuff from this previous run yet properly. And now it's very, very stressful. And one of the things that I learned fairly early on was that that's not sustainable. If you focus on just learning a patient flow that's common to a deep enough level, and you learn the common variations, and then you move on to the next patient flow and the common variations, you will be a little bit behind for the first couple of weeks. But then in the third and fourth or fifth week, you'll be at the same pace as everyone else. And then eventually you will be ahead, because the key thing with medicine is that a lot of what you are learning, you actually just end up learning again and again and again. Like there are some things that it seems like every year you're reviewing it because you always, for me, for whatever reason, for me, that was like the brachial plexus. I think I reviewed the brachial plexus every year for like 7 years in a row. For whatever reason, I was never able to just like learn it. Probably because I had no idea what I was doing way back when I was an early medical student. Had no idea how to do all the efficient encoding stuff. Focusing in on very, very specific pathways that are high yield, that are likely to come up again, means that you are priming yourself for the next day. What you don't want is you don't want to spend your evening studying something and you don't even get to retrieve and use that knowledge, for the rest of the week or for the rest of the run even. Some people will spend some time to learn like a very rare disease. And sure, you can do that if you're just really interested in it, but it's not a strategic way of learning. If you're not interested in it, don't just learn it because you think that's something you need to know. There's stuff that I learned as a junior medical student that I was like, man, this is rare. And for whatever reason, it felt more important to learn. And so I just studied it. And like, I literally never saw a patient with that. And it never became more than just like a party trick of like, hey, do you guys know about this disease? And it's just not a worthwhile spend of time, because you could just be spending that time learning something that's common that you're going to see again the very next day. If you're a medical student on a general surgical placement, you're going to see diverticulitis. You're going to see appendicitis. You're going to see cholecystitis. Those are things that are really high yield for you to learn at a deeper level. If you spend your time to learn the more common things at this deeper level, and the next day you're seeing a patient that has the exact thing that you study, that's natural interleaved retrieval coming at play, and you don't have to then spend more time later to retrieve it. We want to leverage the clinical experience because principle number 1, patients are a learning resource, and principle number 3, there is a naturally high interleaved retrieval associated with clinical practice. Likewise, if we are using this system, the clinical system, because of the fact that we are putting ourselves proactively at looking at all the variables and looking at how patients could differ and how decisions can change, the next day, you may see someone that literally follows one of the branches that you mapped out. And now that's not a new experience. That's not a new learning for you. That is review. That is additional re-encoding. You have ended up priming yourself for an experience that you haven't even had yet. If you know that tomorrow is going to be a specific type of surgery that you're going to be attending, you need to prime yourself for that. Think about what's the type of patient that's going to enter into that surgery. Think about their flow and learn a little bit about the surgery so you can keep track of what's going on. And then later that day, expand out that flow, carry on and look at a couple more variations. A week later, you might see that patient again. There is a lot of potential that we can tap into by understanding that we are likely to get natural interleaved retrieval practice in our clinical experience. And if we are not using it, if we're not priming ourselves for the experience, right? If we're walking into an experience completely unprimed, 50%, 60%, 70% of that learning experience is going to go to waste. It's like going into a lecture without having primed or pre-studied, right? There is too much information and too much organization that needs to happen. It's overwhelming. We have to be priming, and we have to be looking at our patients as the primary resource to guide us in terms of what are we going to be learning. Because the fact that you've seen it probably means that it's relatively common. And it means that you're likely to see it again. And therefore, it's high yield. And the failure to prime effectively for the next day's cases, the failure of using that day's cases to be the trigger point, the springboard for inquiry for what you're going to review that day or later that week. And the failure to look at all the variations of something that's potentially common, that you're likely to encounter those exact variations maybe a day or two later, and therefore not priming on them, and therefore needing to spend an additional new study session just to prime on them. These are the things that create a lot of wasted time and lost opportunity. And when it comes to clinical medicine, you don't have a lot of time. It's important that you use as much of your time as possible. Now, there is actually an adaptation of this system that you can use in conjunction with the micro-learning system. I had a urology trainee who was also a competitive athlete, a cyclist, who was studying for their exams. Quite unusual, but they didn't really have much time to study outside of work because of their cycling commitments. If you are, for whatever reason, in a situation where you are in clinical medicine, but outside of your time in the hospital, you don't have much time to spend studying, you may need to combine this with the micro-learning system. And if you do that, it is possible to extract a lot of learning while you're there at the hospital. It's not going to be as good as if you do have dedicated time, for sure. There's a definite difference in quality there, but you can sort of make it work. More realistically, what you might want to do is, if you are really busy for a certain week, let's say you've got an on-take week, you're on acutes or you're on call and you're just absolutely completely smashed and you just do not have the energy to come home and spend additional time studying, you might want to transition into a micro-learning system during your time at the hospital. You can actually crack out quite a lot of high-quality learning while you're waiting for the lift, while you are, maybe you've got 5 minutes of downtime when you're on call, maybe you're not interested in a round presentation or I don't know, someone's journal club entry or whatever it is. When you find a little bit of downtime, post-round coffee, wherever it is, you might want to fit in a little bit of these things. And the way that you do that is you take the exact same clinical system that we've got and In the microlearning system, the phase where it's about priming, you replace that prime with the patient and a very, very basic mapping. You replace the mapping part with identifying the areas of the particular flow that you want to start working on. And the explore and dive part are just about exploring some of those branches. You may in 5 minutes just learn about like specifically one particular type of management option for a specific singular condition. And then the next one, you might look at a variation of that management option. And the next one, you might look at how a different comorbidity might affect that management option. And then the next one, you might look at the different option if they have a different level of severity. Or you might say, okay, well, what if this test came back negative? What would that change about my clinical reasoning? So every single discrete burst might only be looking at just a single point on this web. But by the end of the day, it's possible to actually get through like better than you would be able to achieve if you just like went home feeling, like death itself, rolling out of the coroner's bed, trying to just like force your eyes awake and just smash out some kind of forced, painful study session. Using a microlearning system during your day at the hospital when you are relatively more energetic and you've got immediate, microlearning benefit, and that pressure is going to help you to encode, you're likely to get more benefit in your learning efficiency overall by doing that and just resting when you get home, or just spending that time purely priming and mapping for the next day. You can see that especially when you start combining this system and the microlearning system, it starts getting pretty complicated. And I would 100% say that effectively combining microlearning plus the clinical system is an advanced level technique. Like you have to have solid mastery of every single specific principle, and you have to have really good colbs to be able to figure out exactly how to fine tune everything if you're going to use that effectively. But it can be done. I've coached people on doing it before. It is effective. It's not particularly sustainable because it is tiring and energy consuming, but there are options. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea. This clinical system is probably, I would say, one of the most advanced systems, but it can be really, really effective and really, really powerful. You do need to have fairly high competency of the core techniques. I'd say at least up to a Cent 3, if not Basecamp, to get the most bang for buck and efficiency of using this system. So if you're not really quite there yet, I would say just focus on that and then come back to this and see how you can implement it. So give it a go. Let me know how you find it. I hope you can find a little bit more of those learning opportunities from your clinical experience.
So you're wanting to get some more clarity around the clinical system, is that right?
Yeah.
And you've had a bit of experience giving it a go, and you've run into some challenges with trying to execute it.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you walk me through what the issues that you're facing are?
So basically, after I sent you the feedback, I gave it a few more goes, which I think went a bit better. But essentially, let's start with the feedback, like the one that I sent you for feedback. I find it like linear and messy at the same time, because I tried to implement what you said of getting a base patient flow, and how I did that was just listing out all the information I got from the history and examinations. And then I asked the doctor, because I'm not I'm a medical student, I'm shadowing a doctor rather than actually doing everything. So I discussed with the doctor what the next steps will be, and discuss about the differentials and also the possible management. And when I tried to put that down, I think the first time, especially the one that I sent you, I didn't really understand what you mean by a base patient flow. So it's just a linear list of all the signs going down, which in my most recent experience, that kind of changed. So if you want me to show that to you, I can.
Yeah, show it to me, and explain also what the difference was between the first one versus what you're trying to do now.
Yeah, okay. So this is the most recent one. I haven't really spread it out because there aren't that many patients, but I feel like it just, like, I hope that I'm getting there with the basic patient flow, which is, to me, it seems more like, as you said, like kind of a pattern recognition. Like I'm asking myself, what does each sign actually mean, and what should I ask next, as I'm kind of writing this flow out. So it feels more like, one of those algorithms or diagnostic pathway diagrams that they give. So it seems a bit like I'm drafting that myself. That's the experience I'm feeling.
And how have you found it trying to do it this way?
So this way, I find it a lot more organized, and it's also a lot more kind of fun to do because it's more enjoyable than my first experience. And I use the blue text to highlight kind of the hypothesis that I have, or what if things don't go this way, what does that what can that actually mean? And it's a lot more like clear to me now using this way than the previous way when I just list everything out.
Yeah. And I think you're definitely more along the right lines here. It's hard to see because it's just one flow. And really, this gets more effective as you do more and more flows because they start overlapping more and more. And you can see how they're branching and then converging and diverging as you go between all the different variations. Just to make sure that you're fully understanding the system, though, let's just take it one step back and think about if you didn't know about this system and you were just learning it with whatever you felt right for you, how do you think you would be learning the relevant information on a daily basis? So you're at the hospital, you're seeing patients, and then you're trying to learn about, that particular run. For example, right now, it looks like you're in orthopedics. Are you doing an orthopedic attachment or?
Yeah. Well, kind of. It's not. This is my personal mentor attachment. It's not according to the school medical curriculum.
Okay. So in this example, it looks like it's potentially either a orthopedic or maybe emergency department kind of examination. Someone's coming into the hospital, you're seeing them, and you have to, make these plans, etc. So in this situation, if you didn't know about this system, how would you naturally feel that you would go about studying and learning?
So I wouldn't really have like a specific method for maybe my clinical attachment learning, but just for medical school's sake, I will primarily base it on my encoding will primarily base it on the Bear Hunter system and the multipass, for which I learn, with like the hip shot and all the concepts in mind. And after that, when it comes to the interleaving, I try to do it with teach, create, and test. So it's not really patient-based. It's either based on questions I make or based on, how I kind of navigate the whole topic, and also with a bit of, question bank and pathway for question. That's probably the closest thing to patient contact and learning from patients. So for my clinical attachment, whenever I like learn from there or finish a placement day, I basically just use that as almost like a revision to spot any gaps and fill it into my mind maps. That's basically how I approach it.
And I think that's obviously not including the multipass and all the stuff that we teach, but that general flow is relatively common to do. The issues normally is that when you're on these clinical attachments and you're seeing patients every single day, there's all these different directions that you need to be pursuing. There's the patient that you saw that day. You could be learning more about the disease that you saw or the examination that you saw or performed, or about a particular investigative finding on an MRI or something. So there's so many different things that you could be learning that you're experiencing on any given day. And then on top of that, there's the stuff that your supervising doctor or mentor is telling you that you should then learn, which is sometimes very well directed and it helps to narrow and prioritize it down. But sometimes it's not. And actually what they're trying to get you to learn is maybe not actually what you should be learning at that time, potentially because they may not have a clear understanding about where your actual limitations and knowledge are and where you're weaker on. And it's less common, but sometimes they just get so excited they just say, oh, you should learn about this really rare, cool disease. But actually, it's not really useful because you're probably never going to see it again. But that's something that they should probably be learning, if they're, a senior, a trainee or something, they need to know those rare cases. But then there's the other thing, which is the medical school itself that's doing the attachment for you, for those that are still in medical school at least. They usually have a curriculum or a program or a portal of things that should be learned through that attachment or a little course guide or book or something. So now it's, well, do I work through this book or do I study for the test that I've got? Because you've still got these formal written tests as well, usually through clinical placement as well as clinical examinations and assessments. Or do I learn what I'm learning in front of me, which is the patient? Or do I learn what the doctor is telling me because tomorrow morning I think they're going to test me on it? So these are all the different conflicts. And so it's very difficult to manage that and also to really make the most out of a clinical attachment. And so the worst case scenario here is that we end up spending time learning things that are not very advantageous, that are not as leverageable, because there's always that opportunity cost of time. And then we're also not doing very well in our attachments. And then we're not getting the maximum value out of every clinical day. You know, it's very common for a lot of clinical students to enter into clinical practice and then they will just be waiting for the day to end because they actually don't really want to be there. What they want to do is they want to be in the library just studying stuff rather than seeing the patients because they're not feeling any benefit from just being there and seeing patients and things like that. But you still need to be there. So it ends up being almost like that sort of in-class situation where you still have to be there because attendance is mandatory, but you're not really feeling like you're getting the maximum value of learning that you could be getting. But as is always the case with something where attendance is mandatory, if that time needs to be spent and we can't avoid it, then we need to be setting ourselves in a way that maximizes the usage of that time. And so the most important thing when learning in a clinical attachment is that every day should be providing you relevant value that continues to feed into itself. That's the most important thing because that is where most of your time is actually spent on a daily basis. And if we can do that, then we are loading up our clinical day with more learning, and then we're offloading the pressure of having to learn that outside of the placement. So what that relies on is having sufficient knowledge that the patients that you are seeing, the thoughts you're having, the discussions you're having, the investigations you're interacting with, they are relevant to you. And we know that relevance is a function of your prior knowledge and the connections that you're able to form with it. And your ability to create those connections, that's that higher order learning and higher order thinking that you're trained up on as you're working through the program, right?
Yeah.
And that's the fundamental principle around what the clinical system is based on, is that we have all this exposure and we want to make the most of it. So we prioritize our learning time on developing whatever it is that is sufficient knowledge so that every day we're in clinical practice, we're able to learn maximally from it, which means that we're operating always at maximum relevance, which is a high state of efficiency, and we're able to snowball that. So for example, in the pathway that you've done, you've got these kind of hypotheses and structures around what it means. And you've got different flows. Like you mentioned, it's almost a diagnostic algorithm. Well, yes, for this person, maybe they had an injury to a certain finger, but well, what if, you see another patient and the injury is to just the finger next to it as well? What does that change? Does it change anything? What if it was a greater level of force, like a, blunt trauma, as opposed to something that is maybe, more like a laceration? How does that affect things? How does it affect it if they've got multiple injuries? So we're achieving two main things here. Not only are we building off of the relevance and feeding into future relevance, but we're also using the existing case to create relevance out of cases that we haven't seen yet, so that we don't have to have a one-to-one relationship between see a patient and learn it. We can have a many-to-one relationship where every one patient we see, we're getting the value as if we saw that patient and 4 variations of similar conditions, right? We're creating the interleaving for ourselves. Yeah. So that makes sense so far, right?
I think I resonate a lot with you need to have the ability to kind of think in a relational way first before doing this maximizing. And when you said that, when students go into the hospital, they just spend the time in the hospital library or whatever, because they find that more efficient and they can just use that time to learn more about the conditions that they'll be tested on, etc. And for me, I think I can study helped me a lot because I'm able to kind of pre-study the rotation, whatever rotation I have ahead beforehand. So that already gives me an idea. So I do already learn a bit more get more out of hospital attachment than most other people. And I would say this is just like the next step that I want to achieve that allows me to kind of learn in even greater details and be more kind of meticulous with everything.
And that's actually that's exactly what you're meant to be doing. You're meant to be pre-studying to get a surface level baseline over things just so that your clinical placements are more relevant. And everything after that is essentially just spaced interleaved retrieval, but a very advanced form of spaced interleaved retrieval. And you're interleaving and retrieving that not only every single day, but sometimes multiple times every single day. And that's all it is. The base initial encoding, we want to be able to do that pretty efficiently straight off the bat, just laying down that foundation of declarative knowledge, just that foundation of principles and concepts and, whatever you need to know so that when you're in that clinical placement, you understand what's actually happening in front of you and you're not just lost and barely trying to keep up. And exactly the same thing as what happens to high school students entering uni for the first time, sitting in lectures feeling lost because they're hardly able to just keep up with what the lecturer is saying. And the solution to that being, well, you need to have not only the cognitive skills to be able to manage that information coming in, but also set yourself up with some effective pre-study so that you're in a better position to make use of that. The same thing is for clinical. People go from lectures to clinical and they're barely able to keep up with the information that they're consuming and they don't know what to do with it. So not only do we need the cognitive skill to manage that and process that effectively, which is what the clinical system allows as well, but we also need to have that prior preparation that allows us to make that process much easier and more relevant for ourselves. So what you're doing right now is on the right track. There are two main things that I think will be effective for you to take to the next level. The first thing, what you've mentioned, is that what you're mapping right now is this diagnostic algorithm almost. Now, there's a reason that I didn't explain this as a diagnostic algorithm compared to a patient flow. What do you think the difference is between the two?
I think diagnostic algorithm is, in a sense, it's very focused on getting the diagnosis. So perhaps it's having a narrower kind of perspective on it and just focusing on what can help with diagnosis, while patient flow allows you to come up with hypotheses that kind of targets the whole kind of patient management. So it gives you more hypothesis and maybe it just includes more of the details that you get from the patient interaction.
You're really close. So you're right in that it's a diagnostic algorithm is primarily focused on getting to a diagnosis. And so there are some things that we want to avoid. We don't want to get into the method where we're flicking into lower orders because we're being so specific with our diagnostic algorithm that we're now just memorizing very, very, very minute, small details that aren't really that important for us at this particular stage, or we could maybe just learn that later and, or we could put that onto a flashcard or something instead. So this is actually really relevant for something like orthopedics where, every different bone and every single, different fracture, there's different classification criteria. And, if it's above a certain number or if it's below a certain number, if it's hair anatomically versus hair anatomically, all of those things, they're relevant to create a specific diagnosis. But many of those very specific details are not necessary for us to spend that much time on. We could just chuck that in a flashcard if we feel like we do need to know it. But sometimes we don't actually really need to know it to that level because we're not expected to come to that level of specific diagnosis. It might be fine just to know that there's a difference between a fracture occurring higher or lower on the bone, or that if it's a twisted out laterally versus medially, maybe that could be relevant for management. So a diagnostic algorithm is very, very specific in the way that it branches because it's a tool designed to help with decision making. What we're doing, we don't need to help us with decision making. What we need to do is we just need to create a knowledge schema on how to think about this topic. So sometimes those branches are not necessarily the same. And you sort of touched on it in the idea that you might include more things around that patient history or examination. With the patient flow, another element that's introduced is the idea of a journey, sort of a chronology. Often as a medical student, you're not seeing patients all the time from beginning through to the end. You're often seeing patients right in the middle or just right at the end or right at the beginning, and you don't know what's happening afterwards. But you still may need to know that entire thing. So the idea with the patient flow is that it's not just about what you're seeing right now. For example, the diagnostic criteria, which is where is the fracture and exactly what type of treatment does it need? Or is this particular CRP or D-dimer level at a threshold that's enough for this type of treatment versus this? Or, are they ready for, a clot retrieval or is it not? These are not the things that we need to really be focused on to that level of detail. we can have a general idea that, oh, if it's here, it's, you know, means this, and here it means this. Or if it's less than 1 hour or more than 1 hour, like very vague signposts. But what we should focus on more is, okay, so this is what's happening right now. And here are some variations of what could have happened. And then what's happening next after that. And we're hypothesizing in terms of, if that result comes back in different ways, what does that actually mean for this patient? And then what happens to them after that? So you're creating a patient journey as well. And this is why, as you do more, it gets easier. It's extremely overwhelming at the beginning, but then as you do more, it gets easier because all of these patient journeys start converging and diverging. And there is so much overlap that after the first 5 to 10, the amount of new things that are being covered is much, much, much less than originally because all these patterns start emerging. And that's where the power is. You start seeing how different patient journeys actually share certain commonalities. And then those become anchor points for your thinking. So that when you're seeing a patient, you think, oh, well, I could just do this test, but it's not really going to matter because at the end of the day, it's not going to change anything because even if this happens, it's going to lead to this. And even if this happens, it's going to lead to this. So we don't actually need to do that. Let's focus on this thing more because that's the thing that would actually change the management or the patient journey for this person. Right. So it's a little bit more, it follows the patient for longer than a diagnostic algorithm. Because what you've got right now, you can see as well, right? Like right now, what you've got is very point focused. Like this point in time, what is the diagnosis? But it doesn't include management complications. It doesn't include different types of, management variations. It doesn't include what happens, for example, maybe post-operatively. And then there's all this other stuff that might be involved in it. For example, there's lots of stuff that you often learn in textbooks or curriculums that are about the theory behind how or the physiology or the pathophysiology behind a certain disease, but that doesn't really come through in diagnostic algorithms often. But that might be relevant is that, well, in this situation, the pathophysiology was like this, and that's why it occurred. But there's another example where the pathophysiology might be like this, and in that case, this might occur. So it allows those seemingly more irrelevant, more sciencey parts of medicine to become more relevant because we're stapling that to an actual case that we're seeing. So we're able to visualize the impact of a cell lineage being different, for example, or something like genetics, where it's very abstract to try to think about it, but we can anchor that onto a specific case and therefore see how that could actually change a patient journey, right? So in summary, the difference with what you're doing right now, where you are creating your own diagnostic algorithm, which is a good thing, and I'm not saying don't do that, but what I'm saying is do this, pull back on some parts and push more on other parts. Pull back on the parts where it's very, very specific and it's very precision oriented. Like, at the very end on the top, you've got relief less than twice in 1 year and then greater than twice in 1 year.
Yeah.
Those types of classifications or the different classes that you've identified there, those are things that I would argue potentially can just go on flashcards and things like that. You don't need it to be clustering up the diagnostic flow. I think the split that you've got in terms of X-ray and ultrasound versus splint, that separation there, I think that's good because that is actually changing in a big way what you're doing in terms of your investigations, and it gives a little bit more meaning to it. But I think you could probably go further in your branching earlier on in the very, very early parts of it, because at the very beginning, it's just you've got hand pain, motor affected, yes or no, median distribution, no. So you can see that it's quite a linear flow of information. Like you're almost creating this pathway for a condition that you already sort of know what it is. Mm-hmm. But I want you to branch a little bit more from that. So where you have the motor affected, no, sensory only, that branch, for example, just dies right now.
Yeah.
But actually that should be fleshed out a little bit more. Not all the way, but a little bit more to the point where it feels like it's starting to lose that relevance. And then you can just stop. You can just carry that branch out till you feel like, this is still pretty relevant. I can see how this could happen. And you might do the patient flow. And then you might come later and see, okay, well, if it's only sensory affected, would I even need an X-ray at this investigation over here? What would I even be worried about? And then you might be interested. And then so you could chase that pathway. And then at a certain point, you feel like, okay, I'm not really curious about it. I'm not really interested anymore. It's not feeling very relevant anymore. And you can just let that path sort of fade out. Because later you'll see a patient that has that. And then you can take that branch and you can pick it up and you can elaborate on it, you can correct it, you can refine it. And so as you're going these branches and pathways that you sort of left half done, they get fleshed out further and further and refined, and you end up coming back to it. And then the original ones that you fully fleshed out, they then get revised as well, because now you start seeing it from a different perspective. You start thinking, oh, well, I was actually just memorizing it as like, well, do this, this, and this. But now that I see the bigger picture, I realize that actually it's very simple. All I'm doing is I'm testing for this, whether it happens or not. And these are therefore the steps that I need to take to do it. And that type of clarity is what you're looking for. But you need to have that pattern recognition across multiple patient journeys and verticals to be able to see it. Does it make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So if you think about trying to apply that in your daily clinical practice, are there any issues that you think you might run into that would stop you from doing that effectively?
Not sure. I mean, sure, applying it will be challenged. And one thing that I would say is, I can imagine right now, but I haven't obviously given it a proper go yet. But as you map that out, wouldn't your spatial reasoning or like your spatial arrangement of this be quite messy, and like everything just flows into different
Yeah,
places?
it can be. So that's a good point. You have to be quite careful with your chunking to try to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I may as well mention that as well. So in the earlier parts of that left-hand side of the flow where I was talking about it being more linear, where you've got that hand pain going through to, I'd say, up to the distribution part before you go into all fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't really be chunking it that way, because that is so specific that that's never going to be something that you can then branch out from again, because this is a binary classification. It's like yes or no. Again, it's good for decision making, but for knowledge structuring, it's pretty limited. So instead, you should be thinking more about, again, it's really the same thing. It's importance-based chunking here. So yes, they're presenting with hand pain. Okay, that's fine. That part is fine because that's a prompt. That's a presenting complaint. But then the motor affected or sensory only, why is that actually important? Why are we even asking that kind of question to begin with?
Well, I suppose what it tells me is whether it's a specific, like if it's motor, if it's both things affected, we'll be pretty confident that it's like a peripheral neuropathy or things that involves the whole nerves. While if it's just only one part, then it points to some, very specific disease that if only affects the motor compartment, then motor neuron disease or the neuromuscular junctions. While if it's sensory only, that would be pretty rare, I think. But it might point to something more like an injury, like a burn or something like that.
Sure. So in your head, you've got this idea that it's going to help you narrow down your differentials, and it's going to help you to focus in more quickly, right?
Yeah.
And so the chunk that we should probably be creating is not the decision of motor affected or sensory. It should probably be like that chunk should probably be just called something else. Like, well, you know what? This is quite interesting actually, because this flow in a way doesn't make sense because it's hand pain. But if you've got only motor affected, I mean, like, why would you have hand pain with only motor neurons affected?
I suppose what I meant was hand pain is accompanied by kind of motor deficit. Or is
Right. Okay. So in that case, I might even take it a step back before it to re-chunk it. The idea is you want to land on a chunk that allows you to reflect more accurately the thought process that you're going through and the way that you're categorizing the information rather than just the decision that you're making. And the decisions just become the branches that come off of it. So just for simplicity's sake, because we've already talked about it, if we think about re-chunking motor versus sensory, instead of saying motor affected yes or no, which is again just binary, we could just do it in terms of like pain distribution or symptom pattern or something like that. Do you see what I'm getting at? I mean, those are not going to be the best chunks, but it's a broader classification where you could have the combination of motor affected only, sensory affected only, or both. And then maybe later, I mean, I don't know what other variations there would be, but maybe there's, I don't know, some fourth one that you figure out later at a certain point it allows you to then build on it because that chunk was more comprehensive. And the same thing with the nerve distribution or root distribution or whatever, you're able to re-chunk off of that if you were to instead of saying just that's median distribution, right? Median nerve distribution. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of actually having that, which is very specific, what we talk about is potentially like medial, ventral, lateral, or something like that, or a combination, or you could have one that's even bigger, which is just, dermatome or myotome or something like that. So a bigger chunk that appreciates that there could be multiple different variations coming off of this. And you may not be mapping them all right now at this time, but you're still leaving it open so that later on you can continue to build it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense, because I can immediately think of, if I said instead like symptom pattern, I could include a lot of other potentially conditions that can lead to hand pain, or even trauma related ones.
Exactly.
And not just, yeah.
Yeah. And the thing about this is that if you, like, when I first looked at you putting this up, I suspected that the way that you were thinking about this was in that, like you mentioned, that diagnostic algorithm direction, more so than a true interleaving direction. And one of the things that stood out to me to know that was that there was that very strong linearity. And then the wording of the chunks was very specific. And so for anyone else, that's a very good thing to pick up on as well. If any time you feel like your chunks are getting quite specific at an early stage, chunks will always be quite specific in the later downstream aspects of it. But in the early stages, if it's already quite specific and linear, it probably means that there isn't much consideration of all the variations and other things that could be. So again, it's about thinking through that patient flow and variations of journeys. And then by thinking about that, naturally, you're doing more of that higher order comparative thinking, and therefore the chunks you form are greater as well. And the way that translates is that the next week in clinical practice, you'll go in there and you'll see someone that doesn't have this particular flow, but they've got something else that's similar to a flow that you've explored before. And normally what would happen is that for most students, if they just try to go from a diagnostic algorithm point of view, if it doesn't fit that algorithm, they actually don't know what to do with it because they don't have that framework. Whereas you would have more first principles to go off. You would say, okay, so like, what's the distribution pattern here? Okay, well, it looks like this kind of distribution pattern. And I don't know exactly what the flow here would be, but I can anticipate. I can even just on the spot create my own semi-flow that feels like it might make sense by then asking these questions in the history, thinking about this type of examination. And then later, when you do learn the specific algorithm or the framework for that particular condition, you've got more points of relevance because you've hypothesized and generated your own one, right? The early stages of using the system is very overwhelming. But for these reasons that I'm explaining right now, it builds such a great foundation and it snowballs so easily. It gets easier and easier and easier and easier, and it just develops that true expertise. And it gets you to the point where you have first principles thinking and high level pattern recognition much, much, much earlier with much less patient volume than normal. So the first 2 weeks at a placement is just going to be insane. But then after that, you will reach a point where you're very, very, very comfortable with thinking about all these different conditions because the patterns are just continually converging. And that is how doctors with lots of experience actually think about it.
Yeah, I actually read something quite interesting about this. It's based on clinical reasoning, and in the book it says, while like junior doctors or medical students kind of think in a hypothesis generating kind of way. So if this doesn't go, like the consultant, they all have a very wide pattern recognition ability. So it's kind of like the type 1 and type 2 thinking, and they're utilizing more of that instinctive type 1 thinking because of just the bunch of experience that they have and all the pattern recognition that they can do.
Yeah, and often it's called illness scripts is a term that's often thrown around there. And so illness scripts is just, you've got that pattern recognition and you know what the natural history is and you know what the decisions and the management options need to be. And so it's very easy because it's already stored there as a script. But for people that are just coming in new, they don't have those scripts. So everything is new, everything is overwhelming. So getting to the point where you're able to have that recognition and those scripts is very helpful. You never want to be in a position where you're only using that type 1 pattern recognition. Otherwise, you're going to have errors. You're going to miss things. You're going to make false judgments. But for a student or for a junior that's just learning, the fastest way to a baseline level of competency is building up that pattern recognition and then the illness scripts. Cool. So does that clarify a few things around the clinical learning system?
Yeah, I have one question that it's quite specific for kind of my medical school, so I don't know if I should ask it
Yeah,
here.
just go for it.
So basically, the way that my medical school kind of exam and curriculum is structured, I think you've heard of me mentioning it before as well, is they have what we call like progress tests. So the test is based on kind of all medicine, surgery, like on all specialties. And especially for this year, I have a big exam that tests on kind of everything we learned in the previous year and this year in January in like 3 weeks' time. But we haven't actually had clinical attachment or learning on the rotation that after January, but they will test on those as well. So I'm just writing it in those circumstances. For me, I try to kind of not follow my school's clinical attachment schedule and go to other placement like emergency department or critical care, where I think it would be the most high yield for medical students to kind of learn about a bunch of stuff. But it's often quite difficult to do that because like isolated and alone. So for in an exams point of view, how would you kind of incorporate the attachment and while maintaining studying all the rest of the stuff that hasn't happened yet?
So progress testing is actually very common. It's rapidly becoming one of the most common ways that medical students will assess their cohorts. Progress tests are not done based on single test results. Progress tests are graded based on trends and normal distributions across the entire cohort. So even if there is an attachment that you haven't done, that you're tested on, you're not expected to get those questions right anyway. You're expected to get the questions right on the attachment that you have done. And different people do have different attachments, but when you average it across an entire year, you should see that each student has progression in terms of their own tests, and at each point within the cohort's normal distribution as a percentile. So I would not actually recommend doing what you're doing in terms of going to these other attachments and learning it through that way for two main reasons. Number one, there is already a lot to learn in just the attachments that you are assigned to.
Yeah.
And just like how we know that proper encoding the first time round saves time later on, having deep, great mastery over just the attachment you're on is going to serve you better, because 3 progress tests from now, you're going to be tested on your current attachment stuff. And you have done 5, 6 attachments more since then. So if you're now forgetting everything from the current attachment, you're adding future work for yourself. So getting deep, good, long-term mastery over the attachment that you're doing now is something that is much more worthwhile. And the second reason is because when it comes to learning, as a blanket statement, you should never be learning for the test. You can always modify your learning, and you can always change your retrieval practice to optimize for the test. But your initial encoding should always be cognitively optimized. And then your retrieval practice can be a balance of cognitive and exam optimization. That's how it should always be, because you never want to sacrifice the quality of that initial encoding. Right now, it's going to be harder for you to have the volume of experience and exposure and, interleaving cases and all these other things for you to hedge your time and split it across current placement versus, ED or critical care and things. You will have those placements. And when you're in those placements, you can spend that time to learn and do more about it. So it's very common for people in their tests to be like, just, steadily improving and then just randomly just pop up a lot after just one attachment. Usually general medical, ED attachments, these things where there's lots of questions in a test that come up around those topics. Students that have that attachment tend to do really well. But remember, it's all cohort based anyway. So as long as you are just mastering what you're doing right now at a high quality, you should be fine.
Okay. Yeah, got it. I think for my test feedback, it does, like, for all the placement that I've been in and more interested in, I do really well. And the ones that I haven't been into that much, or usually that I haven't been into that much or not engaged, it reflects on my feedback.
Yeah.
So
that's more of how you're encoding during those placements and how you're making it more engaging. And so the clinical system is really designed for maximizing that. So even these attachments that you might really find not interesting, you may not be interested in it as a field, but but you can make yourself
Mhm.
more interested in it as a process of learning because the
Yeah.
clinical system is so cognitively engaging.
Yeah, I think that's like all the question I have surrounding the system specifically.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm sure that's going to be a great resource for other people to learn from. But otherwise, yeah, I think you're doing well.
Decision-making frameworks that we're going to start with is the idea of the heck yes or heck no method of decision making. And this is very easy to understand. It simply says that when there is a decision to be made, often there is a definite yes type of decision, a definite no type of decision, and then decisions that are somewhere in the middle. When we ask ourselves whether we should do something or what decision we should make, we can simply think, is this a heck yes or a heck no type of decision? And if it's anywhere in the middle where it seems like it's neither heck yes nor is it heck no, then it probably doesn't matter so much. If you're not used to thinking in this way, or you feel that you're just a generally indecisive person, it can be a good initial framework to get used to get the idea of being more decisive, something that you're more comfortable with, and understanding where your ability to cope with the consequences of a decision start and end. The premise for this framework is that the things in the middle, in the gray area, fall in an area where we are now able to have more control. The reason it's gray is because there are just more variables at play. So on either side, when it's either heck yes or when it's heck no, then the number of variables is reduced. It's easier to say whether a certain outcome is going to occur or not, and therefore it's easier to make a decision. Anywhere in the middle of this is when the outcome is a little less certain. We're unsure about maybe the effect that it might have on us. And as a result, this causes confusion and uncertainty about what is the best outcome, because we're not sure about what the effect is going to be. We don't know what the outcome or the consequences are going to be. And that's usually because in this middle zone, there are a lot more things at play. There are usually more variables, and we have more control over the situation. And there are things that we can do, and we're not maybe sure about how much control we might have over a certain situation or not. And the idea is that if it's in the middle, it probably means that our ability to just cope with it and deal with it and mitigate the variables and the consequences are decent enough that it's not going to make a big difference. Now, the big caveat to this, and this is the reason why this is, sort of just a very, very general framework that you can follow for like daily life, is that if the consequence is potentially very serious, then we want to have a more thought through decision-making process. So this is kind of just something that you can use on a daily basis when you're figuring out whether you should go to a friend's party or not, whether you're thinking about what you should spend your free time doing today, when you're thinking about what to order on a menu when you go out. These are the decisions where the consequence is not super great, but it does get you used to the idea of just being a little bit more in control of your decisions and understanding that indecisiveness is a decision in itself, because just because you're not deciding something, it doesn't mean that time is paused. An opportunity is still wasting away. So it gets you into the mindset of just taking control of your decisions a little bit more. It's a good, just little beginner framework if you struggle with decision making on just a daily basis. But like I said, for more significant decisions with more significant consequences, we'll walk through a alternative framework that you can use for that instead. Decisions that are in the gray, in the middle, that are not definite heck yes or heck no, is the concept of what's called choice overload. And this is the idea that when you're given too many options, our ability to choose is diminished. This is, for example, if you go to a restaurant that has too many things on the menu, it actually reduces our ability to make a decision. And there's a lot of research that goes into it. A lot of this research is actually based on marketing and consumer economics and consumer behavior psychology. For example, if there are like 6 different price options and 10 different features at every single price option, it can be confusing for a consumer to figure out what they want to buy, and that may actually cause them to just say, hey, there's choice overload here. I'm just going to opt for the easy option, which is to just not make a choice and choose none of the options, and just completely decide to not decide, which in this case means that there's no sale for this business. When we put in situations where there is choice overload. One of the things that we can do is we can actually control this. And it's kind of similar to the concept of order control when it comes to studying, for those of you that have progressed far enough through the course to learn about order control. It's the idea that we can actually put a gate where the choices come in and throttle the choices. So I just call this choice throttling. So this is essentially realizing that when we have choice overload, our ability to choose diminishes. And so what we're going to do is we just take all of those choices and then we just break them down into single choices that, when put together, make the ultimate decision. So, for example, you may be deciding which university you want to go to. Instead of just thinking about all the different options for all the different universities and everything else that you need to consider, you may just decide to break it down into saying, okay, choice number one, am I willing to move out of my city or state to go to this university? Yes or no? And the decision may be no, unless it is this particular university. And then we just follow that pathway. So, okay, am I willing to apply for this scholarship and fulfill these needs in order to be accepted into that particular university? If the answer is yes, then it's what are the things that I need to do to apply for the scholarship? And then you can go ahead and do those things and apply for it. And if the answer is no, then we just simply go back to the previous branch and think about, okay, what are all the other things, all the other variables, all the other options, and how can I just continue to break them down so I'm filtering these decisions from broad open to narrower and narrower and narrower. This is one of those techniques that is very, very simple to use, and it's very versatile. So I use this technique a lot when it comes to my own business decisions and even just life decisions, because there's often certain things that not necessarily acceptable for us. There are certain choice options that we think, there's no point considering this entire branch of options because I'm not willing to do that anyway. And not taking the step to really deliberately realize that can make us waste a lot of time thinking about options that we're not going to engage in anyway. So if I'm thinking about whether we should run a certain, let's say, marketing campaign, and in this marketing campaign, we're going to be promoting the idea of, using a particular app for studying, then I need to make a decision as, well, am I willing to conceptually engage in a marketing campaign which is based around saying this app is, the solution for all of your problems? And the answer to that is no, because I think it's disingenuous and it is just fundamentally not going to solve the problem, and it's contributing to like a culture of kind of like magic fixes with studying, which is already a problem in itself. So already, as just a category, like I don't even need to consider every other option that comes after that, because that, as a first principle, is something that I'm just not willing to do. And that can simplify the decision-making process. In the years that I've been running my business, and the years that I've been teaching other students and making other, challenging decisions about my own life and my own career, this simple aspect of choice throttling has allowed me to really take a number of different options and then cut them down. I guess one of the best examples is when I had to make a decision about my own career, leaving clinical medicine to pursue education and entrepreneurship, which many consider to be a risky and in some circles can be considered a controversial move. However, for me, the decision process went something like this. It was, am I finding fulfillment and meaning in the work that I'm doing in clinical medicine? And the answer was, not really. Am I able to change that? And a lot of the reasons that I was finding lack of fulfillment was actually due to the healthcare system itself. And doctors watching this will probably know what I mean. Medical students watching this might know what I mean. Students in high school wanting to get into medicine probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But that's one of those things that I had previously attempted to try to do something about, and I had felt that there was strong resistance, and it was very, very difficult to change that. So the answer to that was, well, basically no. And am I willing to put in the effort to change the system so that I can get the fulfillment that I was wanting to get out of the career? And the answer was no. It was just simply too much effort. In that case, am I able to find happiness and fulfillment in this particular career option without changing compared to the opportunity of changing? And the answer was no. The opportunity of finding fulfillment in doing something else was objectively going to be higher, and I had experience in doing things outside of it, in education and in business, that I found very, very fulfilling and meaningful and tick the boxes for me as well. So in that situation, I was able to filter down that staying in clinical medicine was a pathway that was going to be very high risk for me in terms of what mattered most for me, which was the ability to have a fulfilling life. The next option that I had to consider was finances. Is staying in medicine for financial security something that I am willing to accept? And the answer was no, because I feel I can create financial security through other means. That was an option that was completely taken out as well. So I didn't need to think about fulfillment. I didn't need to think about finances, in which case now the decision became pretty clear that staying in clinical medicine for me would have been personally higher risk for being unfulfilling, and the benefit of financial security was something that I wasn't willing to stay in medicine for, and the social status related stuff was stuff that I didn't really care about to begin with anyway. So now I have a situation where a potentially very complex problem has been filtered down to not many real options holding me into clinical medicine. What's holding me back from jumping ship and going to something else? So again, I apply the choice throttling framework and I think about all the barriers that would stop me. One of them is, I guess, fear and uncertainty. And the decision that is to be made here is that fear and uncertainty something that can be mitigated? Is that something that I can do something about? Is it something that I'm willing to accept? And the answer was yes, because if I didn't like it, I can always go back to medicine. I can, it's not an irreversible choice. So in that case, the fear and insecurity, it's almost more like a trial. So that was mitigated. And then the final thing was just finances. Will I be able to transition and still support my life and my family by taking a hit in income from moving away from medicine until I'm able to build that income up again? The decision was, yes, I can make do. I can cut the income and I can just make ends meet. And if after 6 months I'm not able to improve my financial situation, maybe I just don't have what it takes to be successful in that. And then I can always go back to medicine. So now the huge complex decision about staying in medicine and clinical medicine and staying and working as a doctor versus going and jumping ship into doing entrepreneurship and education, that complex decision has actually been filtered down through a series of processes where the decision seems very favorably weighted to at least giving this other thing a go. And that's subsequently what I did. And the rest I just managed. And now I'm in a pretty favorable position. But on the other hand, I know lots of people, a lot really, of doctors that don't really enjoy their career anymore, and they don't know whether they should change. And they sort of just think about the overwhelming concept of changing and doing something else as a whole without applying the choice throttling. And there are so many variables to consider that 4 or 5 seconds into thinking about it, they just think, there's just too much to think about here. Let's just keep doing what I'm doing, because it's just easier to go with the flow and maintain the status quo and not really shake the boat too much, because it just takes so much effort to think about all the things that you need to change. But really, if you apply the choice throttling, even very, very complex decisions can sometimes be whittled down. However, in some situations, there are still decisions that are so complex, so challenging, and for some people, the story that I gave about changing careers is one of those that is complex enough that we need to apply a much more strategic, even more critically thought through approach. So the heck yes and heck no framework, choice throttling, these are very simple, very easy methods of decision making that you can apply in your daily life across a range of different significance of decisions. But for some of those decisions, the ones that are the most important, the ones that are the most complicated, where simply these frameworks are the stage of decision making and the types of decisions where there is lots and lots of uncertainty. Usually there may be significant consequences and very, very long-term effects, and we want to take this very, very carefully. And so we need to deepen our understanding about decision making to be able to apply some more sophisticated frameworks. Now, these frameworks are ones that take a little bit more time. They're a lot more involved. So you definitely don't want to be using these frameworks for your just daily, everyday life. Otherwise, you're going to be in decision paralysis every time you go out to eat. So when it comes to fast decision making on a daily basis, apply the simpler frameworks. But when it comes to those big, meaty decisions that may potentially have big consequences, then we want to apply something that's a little bit more thought through. So let's understand a little bit more about the nature of decision making first, so we can understand how different techniques fit into this overall decision making system. And the first thing that we have to understand is that the future is unknown. The future is unknown. And that is an unchangeable fact unless you are really onto something, in which case, please let me know. There is no way that we can predict every single outcome, and we already know this. And so what's important is that we are always expecting uncertainty. We're always expecting uncertainty. We never know if a decision is going to be good or bad. And it's not possible to make a decision when we know for sure that it's going to be good or bad, because especially those of you that are in this course that are a little bit older, you'll know that there are decisions that you can make that you feel for sure is the best decision. And then when you look back in retrospect, you think, you know what, that decision wasn't as good as I thought it would be, or the outcomes or consequences weren't as great or as bad as I was so confident that it would be. Life has a way of, flipping the tables on you. So uncertainty is a given, and expecting certainty when we're making decisions is something that will fundamentally hold us back from engaging in truly effective decision making. Because good decision making is all about probability and information. If we are managing our probability and our information, then our decisions and our actions become much clearer. If we understand that it's impossible to get to a 100% chance of success with a certain decision, then we understand that the right decision is not necessarily a universally divine best option where there's a 100% chance for the outcome that we want. A great example of this that's very topical is the commitment and time investment in learning to increase your study skills. There is no guarantee. There is no 100% chance that working on the skills that I teach you will improve your learning efficiency. I can say that it will work. We may have thousands of students that it works for. We may have lots of other people that you talk to where it works for. And you can see examples from people that you are interacting with where it's clearly working for them. You may understand that it works theoretically. However, you can never be 100% sure. And for some people, the fact that you can't be absolutely certain is enough to make them decide that they're not willing to engage in it. However, that's an incorrect way of viewing the decision, because we have to think about the probabilities involved in our decision. Because remember, indecision is a decision. So if we are deciding that we are not going to invest in something, we need to think about the probability of success by not investing in something. So let's say that we have this information that says there is a estimated, just subjectively, seemingly like a 70% chance that we're going to achieve a certain outcome. That's positive. If we say that that's not enough to engage with that, then we got to think, okay, if I continue to do what I'm doing, and let's say I just learn some stuff off of YouTube or whatever it is to try to achieve my goal, what's the chances that I'll achieve my goal based on that? What's the historical data and the trends show? And for a lot of students especially, they'll have been doing the same wrong things that get them increasingly worse results year after year, increasingly stressfully, or similar results, but the amount of time spent on studying is going up and up and up every single year to a point where it's obviously going to become unsustainable 1 or 2 years or 6 months from now. So in that situation, it's like the chance of success there is actually very, very low, which is why top achievers are statistically a minority. So in that situation, we're making a decision where we're foregoing a 70% chance of success and opting for a 10% chance of success, purely based on an incorrect feeling of comfort, because as human beings, there is a wired-in cognitive bias that makes us prefer lack of change, maintaining status quo, and that is called status quo bias. We tend to want to keep things the same because change can be uncertain, and it can be scary, and it can be dangerous. However, sometimes that change is necessary, and not changing it is making a decision to not change anything. So let's now actually take this a step further and map out the levels of certainty versus uncertainty when it comes to a decision-making process. Now we have this graph here, and on the x-axis we have time, and what I'm going to represent here on the y-axis in red is the amount of uncertainty about a decision. In the early stages of making a decision, especially a complex one, the uncertainty is very, very high. And over time, the uncertainty goes down and reduces. So this line represents uncertainty. So you may think, well, it seems that the best place to make a decision seems to be when the level of uncertainty is at its lowest, which would be somewhere around here. However, this is not really the case. If we think about it a little bit more, as uncertainty goes down, the opportunity that we have also goes down. So tracking this line is also opportunity. So not only does uncertainty go down, but opportunity also goes down. Now, this is not a every time universal rule. It's just an overall trend, is that as time passes, opportunity tends to also reduce. What is the reason for that? Is because that as time passes, what's actually happening is that we are gaining information about the decision. And as the amount of information we have is going up, the amount of uncertainty is going down, which means that more people are going to be inclined to make that decision. And just the way that the world works is that when more people are inclined to make the decision, more people make the decision is made more commonly, and the opportunity for it goes down. For example, if you invested in Bitcoin 20 years ago when no one really knew what it was, then the amount of information was very low, but the amount of uncertainty was very high, but the opportunity was very, very high. If you invest in your learning skills like you are going through with this course, the uncertainty may be relatively high because the information is relatively low because it's not as common. But give it 10 more years, maybe this is the way that everyone wants to study and learn, fingers crossed. And then it will be the norm. So the opportunity will be less because now it's more common for people to apply these strategies. So as a general rule of thumb, and again, it's not the case in every single situation, and it's just a general framework to think through, is that as time passes, we gain information, we reduce our uncertainty, but also our opportunity is going down. So now, when is the best time to make a decision? Well, we've already established that we can't make a decision when uncertainty is absolutely zero, because that's generally speaking not possible unless we also want to make it so the opportunity is not zero. The best example of that is if you don't work on your learning skills until you already have failed your exams and you realize, I really should have worked on my learning skills because now the uncertainty is zero. Doing what I did made me fail. 100% we know that because it's already happened. At this stage, the uncertainty is zero. But now there's no opportunity as well because it's already passed. So certainly the best time to make a decision is at some point before this line, because after this line, it is now in the realm of too late. And again, we need to remind ourselves of the idea that indecision is a decision. So if you are way up here at the front and then you are saying, okay, I'm just going to wait until I feel a little bit better about this. And you just wait and track that curve down. This is you being indecisive. Indecision, 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 indecision. And indecisiveness is a decision to let time and opportunity go down in exchange for declining uncertainty and maybe gaining more information about it. And that's a decision that we make. We're essentially saying, I'm willing to let the opportunity slip by because I'd rather be more certain and have more information. And that is a perfectly valid decision to make. But as long as you understand that it's better to not be indecisive and recognize that deciding to put off making a decision is the decision to hold off on the decision. It is still a decision. It is a decision that often is coupled with declining opportunity. And we have to just accept that. It's okay to make that decision, but we need to know it for what it is. We can't imagine that saying, oh wait, I'm not ready to make a decision is almost like just pausing it, because remember, the x-axis is time. Things generally do not pause, and if they do, they don't pause for very long. But there are now here two key elements that we need to recognize about decision making based on this model that flips the script in terms of how we should go about the decision-making process. And the first one is understanding that this information doesn't by itself go up with time. Not necessarily. Time passing doesn't automatically just shunt information into your brain. It's what you're doing in that time. And we have control over two of these aspects. So let's now reword uncertainty. And instead of just calling it uncertainty, let's call this risk. Because that's really what the uncertainty is about. It's about the risk. And we can control information and risk. There are certain actions that we can take that would make it so that we're able to gain information faster. For example, if you didn't know about something, you could intensively learn a little bit more about that to empower yourself to make a decision. So what that's doing is it's bringing you to a position we have more information without wasting time. You can get to this position of information which may be normally achieved after this period of time. So this is time saved in the decision-making process. And we can also manage and mitigate our risks. We can put in place steps and actions, precautions that allow us to reduce the amount of risk that we have so that our risk drops much faster. And we can again reach a position of risk that may normally not be reached until here, for example. Which means that we can put ourselves in a position where we are making a decision with much less uncertainty and obviously therefore much more safety and less risk, while the opportunity is still fairly high. And this is the key, is that if there's a decision that needs to be made, for example, should I invest this time, I'm just using the same example constantly, should I invest this time in learning these particular skills? Well, if you don't know, you got to think, well, what information do I need to help me make this decision? And we can quickly look for it. But what most people will do is that they will say, I don't think so, I'm not sure, and they don't really look into it very much, or at least not more than a normal person sort of does. But actually instead, if you realize that there is a potential for high opportunity here, you should spend a day or two actively looking into it and informing yourself about what the risks might be and about whether the opportunity really is valid. That really brings us to sort of the first step of this more sophisticated decision-making model, which is when you see something that has a potential for an opportunity and you acknowledge that there is a high level of risk and you know very little about it, your first step should be, number one, gain information. Gain information about the opportunity. Is the opportunity valid? Is this opportunity legit? And is the magnitude of the opportunity as high as you think it is? AKA, is the opportunity truly worth it? Or are you getting oversold? Are you getting scammed? And number two, gain information about the risk. What specifically are the risks? And how great are the risks? Okay, again, the magnitude of the risks. And aim to get this information as quickly as possible. The faster you're able to collect information about verifying the opportunity and characterizing the risks, the sooner you're able to make a decision that is at a competitive advantage. And even if it's a decision that is not involving other people, it's this. One of the most difficult parts about doing this is actually in figuring out what are the risks that are really worth considering and what are the ones that are like worth protecting that we actually care about. Because a particular decision can have like hundreds or thousands of potential risks, and that in itself can be incredibly overwhelming to think about. So there is a concept here that we're going to apply, which is called protecting your biggest downside. And this is essentially talking about the idea that not all risks are equal. There are some risks that are greater than other risks, and these are your biggest downsides. So you have to think, what do I have to lose here? What is the biggest risk that is the most important to me? Some decisions, even the biggest risk is pretty trivial. And in that case, again, you probably don't need to be applying such a extensive decision-making framework just for that type of decision. However, there are some decisions there are potentially huge downsides. You may be at risk of losing your career or future career path. You may be at risk of losing your family or friends or your marriage or relationships or very significant financial decisions. And there may be considerable downsides. And so we go through a step-by-step decision-making framework here, which is by thinking, number one, what are those downsides? What are the biggest downsides? Number two, how significant are those downsides? And number three, how controllable or how protectable are those downsides? So the decision-making framework would go like this. Let's say that there is some kind of, and incredibly just weird situation that you're in where, the mafia is holding your family hostage. And they're saying, okay, you need to pay a ransom of $100,000, okay? And imagine you're some kind of, let's say, wealthy banker. What's your biggest downsides here? I guess your biggest downsides are, number one, hopefully, is losing your family. So that's one downside. But then another downside might be losing $100,000. And maybe for you, you're wealthy enough that it doesn't really matter. $100,000, yeah, it's going to hurt, but it's livable. It's livable. Maybe you can get a loan and you can pay that back and you can figure out how that works. So what is the downsides here? Well, number one, we have family. And then number two, we've got this money aspect. And then we can ask ourselves, how significant is this? Well, losing family is a very significant one. And then losing the money is kind of significant, but it's definitely livable. How controllable or predictable are these downsides? So losing your family, if you don't pay this ransom, can you still protect your family? Maybe you're feeling a lot of confidence in the police or whoever is helping you manage this. And maybe the answer is yes, I feel that if I don't pay the ransom, I will still be able to protect my family. In which case, we have protected the downside, right? So it has been protected. Or maybe we think, no, I cannot sufficiently protect it to a level that I am comfortable and confident with. And if the answer is no, we cannot protect our biggest downside, and that biggest downside is significant to us, then the decision that we need to make is no, we're not going to make the decision. That has to be the decision that we make because we're unable to protect our biggest downside. That biggest downside in some decisions may be compromising on a belief or a value that you have. Is that significant to you? Yes. Are you able to protect that value and sense of integrity while still making the decision? If the answer is no, then the answer is no. There's no further thought that's necessary here. So there are three possible answers that we can have to this predictable, which is no, it's not predictable. Yes, it is predictable, or I don't know if it's predictable or not. And same with significance, the answer here is that it is a spectrum from very significant to not significant, but then there is also, I don't know how significant it is. And if we don't know how significant it is, if we don't know what the risks are, and if we don't know how or whether we can protect them, that is what we need to collect information on. We need to collect information on those risks so that we can answer these questions. So when we're going through thinking about collecting information about the risk of this decision, this is how we should be thinking about it. We should be thinking, okay, well, what are my biggest downsides? What are the biggest things I've got to lose from making this decision? How significant are those things that I would lose? Am I willing to lose them? Is it livable to lose them compared to the potential opportunity that I have to gain? And if the answer is that it is significant, then can we protect and control those biggest downsides? And if the answer is I don't know, we collect information so that we do know whether the answer is yes or no. Because we do not want to make a decision where we can't protect our biggest downside. And we should make a decision where we can protect the biggest downside. All we do is we put the steps in to protect it. Again, going back to the example about learning, study skills that may take you months. Well, what have I got to lose here? I've got a few hours of time a week for the first, let's say, 2 months before I start seeing some results. That's what I've got to lose here. How significant is that amount of time? Frankly, for most people, it's not such a big deal to lose that time, even if they get no result. Sure, it doesn't feel great, but compared to the opportunity, that's a no-brainer. But let's say, for example, it is a very significant thing. Well, can we do something to protect that? Can we protect that biggest downside? Can we somehow make it so that we're not losing that amount of time? And the answer might be, what we'll do is we'll engage with feedback and get some, expert reviews and be really, practice it a lot for the first 2 weeks. So instead of losing a few hours for a couple months, we maybe lose a little bit more time, but just in a concentrated period. Is that now acceptable? Okay, that might be acceptable. Maybe we concentrate some of that time on a weekend. Is that acceptable? That might be acceptable. if we can predict it, then the answer is yes, we should do it, because now we're making the decision that the opportunity outweighs the risk. So the main concepts that we've talked about so far is the idea that all decisions contain uncertainty, and it's just about thinking, what is the decision that is most likely to get me the result that I want? We've talked about how as time passes, we can gain information, and uncertainty goes down and risk goes down, but also our opportunity goes down with it. And we can take actions proactively to increase our information so that our risk can go down much faster, so that we can make a decision much faster and capitalize on higher levels of opportunity. And the type of information we collect is about verifying the opportunity as well as characterizing the risk, specifically characterizing what the biggest downsides are, how significant those downsides are for us personally, and whether we can protect those downsides. And if we find that we can protect them, the decision is to put in the steps, whatever we have identified, to protect those, and we execute. A little bit now about what makes a good decision in the first place, which sounds like it would be a very obvious topic, but it's actually really not. Because you know how we talked about how all decisions are uncertain by nature. I certainly hope you remember, because that was a really major point. Well, because of the fact that all decisions are uncertain by nature, every single outcome is also uncertain and dependent on luck, essentially. Which means that judging whether a decision was good or bad based on the outcome is actually not very accurate, because there are some decisions where you actually have, honestly, very little control over the outcome. You may have done everything right, and just through luck alone, you may have a bad outcome. Now, it doesn't mean that you made the wrong decision. So, for example, in that weird mafia example that we used in a previous lesson, where we talked about your family was held hostage, let's say that you did everything that was correct, that the police advised you, that you thought was right, that they wanted you to do. Everything was going exactly as it should have been. And then as your family is being transported back, they get hit by a freak strike of lightning and disintegrate. Now, it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong there. That was purely just about luck. And that's an extreme example, but it's true of really any decision. And it can be hard to accept this, because I think often we want something to blame, or we feel like we could have done something a little bit more. Now, different scenarios obviously have different amounts of control that we have. So, for example, there are going to be some situations where you have lots of control, where the outcome is 99% due to you. A great example of this is simply exams and assessments. If you study with the right techniques, if you have the right schedule, you use the right strategies, and you prepare in the correct way, then the part that's due to luck is really, are you sick on the day? Which you may not be able to control fully. But otherwise, you should be able to consistently be able to predict the type of result that you get for especially academic type of assessments. But obviously out there in life wider, decisions are usually a lot more complex. There's a lot more variables at play, and so we are not in full control of the outcome, or the parts that we can control. Maybe it takes so much to try to control that variable that it's just simply unrealistic. A very topical example is people trying to improve their skills through this course. They may try it once, follow the instructions, and not get the result that they're meant to get, or they thought that they would get or expected to get. Now, it doesn't mean that the process was incorrect. It may just be a natural part of the process. But saying, oh, I didn't get this result, and therefore that decision was a bad decision, will be justifying how good or bad a decision is purely based on a single outcome, which again is not very accurate, because obviously it can be a very small part of a big picture. It could be going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, and eventually uptrending. Or it could just be that there was luck involved. And so again, it's about the probabilities. And so we want to reframe it so that there are really two steps here. One is the decision-making process, and then the second is the actual outcome. And the decision-making process is a complicated thing. It's a big black box full of lots of different individual processes, some of them which we're not even aware of, that we may be making just intuitively or instinctively. And the outcome is also something that is, very luck dependent. There may be others acting on it, other variables that we are not in control of, and we are only in control of one component. So whether a decision was good or not depends on whether you use the correct process. If you use the correct process, but then you had a bad outcome, then you still made the right decision. And so it's important that if you have a bad experience or you feel that there was a regrettable outcome, we can use that just as component information. This can be information. And we can use that to reflect on, was our decision-making process good or bad? We can use it as one piece of information alongside other pieces of information to make a decision about whether it was a good or bad decision that we made. However, if we decide that we used the right decision-making process and it's only the outcome that didn't go quite to plan, then we can be safe and secure in knowing that we made the right decision. Now, it doesn't change the fact that you're stuck with the bad outcome, but that's just life. But making the right decision with the right decision-making process consistently means that, remember, decision-making is all about probabilities, that you are likely to make the better decisions and get the better outcomes, especially over time. Is about positional decision making. And this is really a game changer, and it ties in together a lot of the previous frameworks and methods of thinking that we've already talked about. I want to paint the analogy by using chess as an example. So those of you that don't play chess or feel intimidated by chess, don't worry, it's relatively simple to follow. The thing with chess is that there are a lot of possible outcomes, right? Let's say that you move your pawn forward to this position, and then the opponent moves their pawn forward to this position. Now, you could think, all right, well, I could move my knight out this way, and then they might respond by moving their knight out this way, but then what if they respond by bringing their bishop out instead? Or what if they bring this knight instead? And then if their knight is over here, then would I bring out my bishop over to here? Or would I bring out my knight over to this side? Or would I follow up with another pawn on this side? Or would I put a pawn on this side and move the knight across? There are so many possible outcomes with every single decision. But as time goes on, as each player makes moves, pieces are won and pieces are lost, the number of outcomes starts funneling down because there's less pieces on the board. There's just less things that can happen. So the possibilities start reducing over time. In the early stages of deciding which piece to move where, it's actually not about thinking 50 moves ahead because it's not actually possible. Yes, you can anticipate that if you do this, the opponent does this, and then you might do this, and then the opponent might do this. But actually, once you get past 2 or 3 moves ahead, the variability increases by so much that your predictions are more likely to be wrong. And it's actually pointless to think about that. So in the early game, in the game of chess, there is the idea of playing positions. So we don't know necessarily what our opponent is going to do. However, we can say that regardless of whatever the opponent does, if I move my piece to here, and then my next move, if they move it here, if I move my knight to here, and I say that's going to be a good decision overall, or if I move my knight over here, and that's a good position to be in, because it means that my pieces have more influence, has more potential to do something. If my knight stays back here, if my bishops stay back here, they're out of the action. They can't do anything even if they want to. So let's at least put them in a position where they can have the chance of putting pressure on the opponent's pieces. That's the idea, is that we may not know exactly what the outcome is going to be. but we can know what a more advantageous position is. And we can make decisions so that we put ourselves in better positions. And so here's the thing, is that each decision that we make, much like in life, except many more variables, rather than thinking about decisions being good or bad based on the outcomes, in fact, let's take that one step further. Let's not even think about the outcome of a decision necessarily, but let's think about what position it would put us in after making a certain decision. And after making a series of decisions that continually put us in better and better positions, maybe then we'll be at a stage where the next decision is the one that determines the outcome. But when we are at that point in time, our position should be good enough that it's as simple as reaching out to grab the outcome that we want, if luck permits. Now, a very similar approach to decision making is used actually across the world in pretty much any type of situation where there is complex decision making. Example of this, again with games, would be the game of poker. In the game of poker, there is a huge range of possible cards that can be played at any time. And when you are drawn cards and your opponent has cards, you don't know what your opponent has. You don't know what the other players at the table have. You don't know what the next card that appears on the table is going to be. And so you don't know whether you've got a winning hand, whether your opponent's got a better hand. You don't know what the next card is going to be. Again, there is uncertainty here. There is lots of uncertainty here. And so what poker players, professional poker players, at least the good ones, what they will do is that they too will play by positions. So they won't be thinking about whether the opponent has this card, and they won't be guessing what the next card that appears is. What they'll do is they'll make educated deductions about the range of possible cards that an opponent could have. And then they will value that against the cards that they know that they have in their hand. For example, if you have the cards 2 and 7 as your first two cards in your hand when you're playing poker, it turns out statistically you have the worst possible starting hand. If you have a 2 and a 7, there is a limited number of possible winning hand combinations that you can create relative to the other cards that other players will have been dealt. What this means is that you are at a disadvantaged position to start with. Your probability of winning a hand is very low. On the other hand, if you're dealt 2 aces as your first 2 cards, then your chances of winning are much higher. There are many more winning hand combinations that you can create that are statistically likely to beat out your opponents. Now, it's not guaranteed. However, it is statistically more likely. This is something that we call expected value, which was first proposed by Pascal, the philosopher and mathematician. Pascal from Pascal's triangle. And what Pascal talked about was the idea that with every decision, there is a plus or minus, a positive or negative expected value. So here's an easy example. Let's say I have this dice. It's a normal 6-sided dice. I'm going to roll this dice, and if it lands on a 6, you win $10. But to play this game, you need to pay $5, right? So we have a 6-sided normal dice, and if it lands on a 6, you will win $10. But to play this game, it costs $5. The question is it a good decision to play this game? And we're excluding the part about maybe it's fun and you don't care if you win or lose because it's only $10, but whatever. Mathematically speaking, is it a good decision to play this game? And the answer is no, because there is a 1 in 6 chance of you winning $10 and you are losing $5 every single time, which means that statistically speaking, you would, out of 6 games, which costs you $30, you would only win 1 of them, which would make you $10 back. So you've actually lost $20. Now, let's say that you are lucky and you actually win the first game that you play. So you pay $5 and then you win $10 on your first game. And then we play again. Again, we pay $5. And let's say we win again. So now we have made a total of $20 in total profit, and we have spent $10 for the fee to play this game. So we have made a total of $10 of profit. So we are winning. But remember, there's only a 1 in 6 chance. So as we play this game more and more and more and more, mathematical probability tells us that over time, it will go towards the true value, which is 1 in 6. So if we were to play this game 100 times, we're not likely to win the majority of the time. We're likely to have won only a sixth of the time, and we've lost a lot of money. And this is how casinos are designed. Casino games are designed so that your chances of winning an individual game and the amount of money that you can make from it for most of the games out in the casino, with maybe the exception of poker, which is much more skill dependent, most of the games in a casino are designed with what is called a negative expected value. And a negative expected value means that mathematically, the more you play, you are likely to lose money. So this game with this dice that I just talked about, that is a very negative expected value. You would expect that you would lose money. And even if you gain some money, sometimes the more times you play, the more times you're going to lose money. And this is why casinos are just generally a extremely profitable business, because it's mathematically designed to win the casino money and lose you money. So how does this all tie in? Well, when it comes to decision making in life, obviously, there are lots of uncertainties. And again, it's all about probabilities. So the decision that we're making is not about the outcome. It is about whether it puts us in a better position. And the better position is something that we could define as having a positive expected value. And a positive expected value is a decision that even if a single decision doesn't go our way, it means that as long as we keep playing the same game and we keep making decisions in that way, we're likely to mathematically over time win. For example, if this game said that you will win if you land on any number but a 6, then you have now a 5 in 6 chance of winning. And therefore, even if you lose your first couple of games, the more you play, the more you will win. And the more you play, the chances are that it will get closer and closer to the true value, even if you're unlucky a few of those times. So let's bring it back to a real life example. Let's take someone who consistently makes very impulsive decisions without really thinking about it. And the decisions they do think about, they only make those decisions because they are afraid of something, they feel anxious, and they just want to avoid any type of anxiety or fear. This is a method of decision making that is likely to not end up very well for them. They're likely to not protect their downsides or not gain any opportunities. As time goes on, the opportunities they have access to reduce. Their position becomes no better or even worse because they are always veering away from opportunities. Meanwhile, challenges in life may be increasing, and so their position is getting worse and worse and worse, even though they may be constantly making decisions that make them feel more comfortable. Contrast this to someone that makes a decision where if there is adversity or challenge, they try their best to rise to the challenge, learn whatever skills, develop a tolerance for the discomfort, work on their anxiety and insecurities. And in this situation, maybe the first couple of years, they are still having bad outcomes. They haven't overcome all their limitations. They're maybe not good enough to reach certain challenges. But over time, this person will grow and learn, and their position will be better and better. Others may acknowledge their effort. They may give them more opportunities, which is, by the way, actually very likely. And so unless you're in a position where you've been kind of born into overwhelming levels of privilege and success, you're going to need to make a series of good decisions that incrementally get you closer to where you need to be. And you'll see that there are parallels here with the idea of marginal gains. It's unlikely that you can change your position from being incredibly poor to being incredibly advantaged in your position in a single decision. It's unlikely. Let's say, for example, you won lotto. Well, yes, you were lucky, but it's not a good decision to try to improve your position massively through playing lotto. Like if that's your main strategy, your chances of actually winning it big are very, very minimal. And even after you win it big, now we have to think, well, what were the decisions that got you to a position where you weren't well off to begin with? So let's say that you were a drug addict or someone who has terrible financial decisions or addicted to gambling. Well, then that money that you win, because your decision-making process is still faulty, you will just waste all that money away anyway. Over the span of a week or a month, we may say that decisions are good or bad based on an outcome because we don't have enough data. However, if we think about the process and we measure it across years or an entire lifetime, the better decisions are the ones that put us in a better position. We have evaluated the risks. We've collected information. We've verified opportunities. We've been proactive about managing and mitigating that risk. And we've sought out opportunities. We've actively engaged in the decision-making process rather than just letting our feelings and our anxieties or fears dictate whatever decision just gets handed to us. I'm not saying that emotions and feelings are not an important part of the decision-making process. That is fundamentally another factor that you consider as part of your decision-making process, because emotions and how you feel about things is a very important part of who you are and what you value. But if that's the only thing that dictates your decisions, then that obviously increases the chance of making decisions that are going to put you in a worse position. And if that's your method of decision making all the time, then that process has a negative expected value, where the more decisions you make, the more likely you're going to be to end up in a worse position. One example that I see somewhat commonly is that I tell students that just relying on pure spaced repetition is unlikely to be a highly successful strategy with a high probability of top achievement. Once they understand that, the next step for them is to learn and commit to the strategies. However, because they make decisions based on just being comfortable and not facing their anxieties or insecurities, they continue to veer away from making those decisions and committing to them, and instead they revert to comfort constantly. And in this case, they're in the worst position where they know what they're doing doesn't work, and they're also not willing to commit to the decision of doing something that makes them better. In this case, the decision-making process was not thought through, and the outcome is likely to be negative over time. Even if they're able to use their existing strategies for an upcoming test, statistically over time, it's unlikely to put them in a good position. And overall, that process of making a decision and even non-academic aspects of life, it's unlikely that this person is going to be able to take hold of opportunities and get to where they want to go. Decision-making models, we talked about the relationship between opportunity and information and risk, what we can do about it, what information is valuable. We talked about protecting downsides. We talked about the positive and negative expected values of making a decision. We talked about the concept of a positive or negative expectancy and how we should be aiming to make decisions using a process that has a positive expected value so that over time, the more decisions we make, the more likely we are that we'll be in better positions that give us better opportunities and therefore better results, luck permitting. And so related to that is the idea of perfectionism, is the idea of not doing something unless we have the lowest level of risk, the lowest level of uncertainty, the lowest level of insecurity. An important thing that I want to talk about here is that perfectionism has nothing to do with perfection. And so I actually do not like the terminology that we use for this. Because see, when we say the word perfectionist, it makes it seem like this person cares about perfection. That the most important thing for this person is to get it perfect. But that is actually far from the truth, because perfectionism is just a different form of insecurity. Perfectionism derives from insecurity in most cases. And there are some rare exceptions and even some medical conditions that can predispose people to this. However, in most cases, it is rooted in insecurity or anxiety. And it's not saying that it's their fault. However, we do need to call it for what it is so that we can actually start to address it and maybe do something about it. Because when we talk about perfectionism, because of the fact that it feels like this person cares about perfection, it seems like it could be a good thing. I'm a perfectionist. I have this character attributes. It's part of my personality. There are some people that are proud of their perfectionism. And I don't think there's anything wrong with valuing high quality work, but in most cases, especially in my experience, learners who consider themselves perfectionists often also have a slower rate of growth. They're less likely to experiment. They are less likely to test out their ideas. They ask many more what if questions, a lot of hypothetical questions about, okay, let's get more information before I try it out or I apply it. I learned a new technique. What if this happens? What if this happens? And so they ask lots and lots and lots of questions instead of just trying it, giving it a go, and seeing and observing through their experience, which is a incredibly important, absolutely fundamental part of self-development and growth. And the ironic thing is that when I tell people frameworks to overcome their perfectionism, often they follow by asking questions about what if that framework doesn't work for a certain situation. So they meet the framework with perfectionism. And it's a beautiful thing when they gain self-insight and realize that they have a habitual response and constantly trying to get more information about how to do a technique rather than just giving it a go and learning through experience, which would be 100 times faster. So what is perfectionism? Perfectionism isn't about seeking perfection, because someone who really cares about perfection would do everything it takes to get the best possible outcome, maybe as quickly as possible. They will be experimenting. They'll be engaging with the process. They'll be getting feedback. They'll be making mistakes like it was no one's business, because what's most important for them is getting the best result as quickly as possible, and that is their priority. So in that case, maybe I'd say that I'm a perfectionist. But most perfectionists, that's not the focus. The focus is on not making mistakes. The focus is on not getting something wrong, even if it is inconsequential whether they make a mistake or not. Their focus is on staying comfortable and feeling secure. So all of the decisions and actions and behaviors of a perfectionist are not to get perfection. It is simply to avoid the fear of failure. It is purely to do with comfort zone. And so when we can understand that it's not about the perfection, and we strip it away from its romantic label and call it for what it is, which is the fear of failure, then we can start applying different types of frameworks to it and different types of thinking and treat it more like what it is, which is just a different form of anxiety, which we need to accept, acknowledge, and work to overcome. However, in perfectionists, I have noticed an interesting little trick that does work sometimes, and maybe this will help you if you are one of these people, is that perfectionists often have an identity of being a perfectionist. They want to be someone that cares about perfection. They like that part of them. They don't like how it affects them negatively. They don't like the analysis paralysis part of it. They don't like that they're unable to experiment freely. However, the part of them that likes being a perfectionist, valuing that high quality of work, that is almost the type of identity that this person has. And that is actually not a bad thing. And we can use that identity as a foundation to pivot on. So if you're a perfectionist and you don't like the bad parts of perfectionism, but you want to be someone that has a high quality of work, that's fine. Be a true perfectionist. Align yourself and focus on getting the best possible outcome as quickly as possible. Make that your number one priority. And then just recognize and acknowledge that it's not possible to get it right the first time. No one does. Who does that? Who do you know that just gets a difficult thing right the first time, every time? It just doesn't happen. Be the person that cares about getting the result and aggressively pursue it. Make mistakes frequently and rapidly, because now your fixation is no longer on staying comfortable. Your fixation is where you truly, deeply want it to be, which is on having a high quality output. And when you can rewire yourself to take that as the priority, I've noticed that it can be a shortcut to overcoming perfectionist tendencies, because you yourself like to see yourself as being that type of person, and you are intrinsically motivated to do whatever it takes to get there. And frankly, even in people that have been chronic perfectionists with a lot of insecurity about this, maybe even for years or decades, I've actually been very surprised if they go through this change in perspective, even in just a matter of weeks, they can actually start becoming very experimental, and a lot of the things that held them back before can start being tangibly and noticeably overcome. And it's the transformation is honestly, like, frankly, quite shockingly fast. So if you're someone that struggles with this a lot, give this a go. I'm not going to promise that it works 100% of the time. It's not something that I've researched extensively, but I've used it enough times to know that there seems to be something to this mental trick that might make it easier for you to veer away from perfectionism towards, I guess, true perfectionism. And of course, all the things that we're teaching in the course, marginal gains, Kolb cycle, all the stuff to do with neuroticism or growth mindset, these are all things that will be tools that can help you on this journey as well. And another actually really helpful technique that you can use to overcome your perfectionism is to be a little bit more explicit about what you are feeling. Try to follow these steps. Number one, look to identify what is the emotion that you're feeling, rather than just clumping it together as the broad term of perfectionism. What is it that you are fearful of? What do you have anxiety or insecurity about? Try to hone in on specifically what it is that you are afraid of that is causing you to have this negative feeling or hesitation. Write that down as a list. What we're then going to do is do a very short chain analysis to find out where this comes from. So what we want to do is take that list of emotions and we want to turn that into a problem list, a discrete list of actual problems that you have that you want to solve or sort through, barriers that are in your way, actual things that are problems that we can action on. And then based on that problem list, we can go down the line and create plans on what we're going to do about each of these problems. Often these insecurities and anxieties and triggers for perfectionism are due to a fear of something, and there is a set of problems that something represents. Related to the idea of perfectionism through anxiety is the idea of overthinking a problem. And the solution to overthinking is not underthinking. The problem with overthinking is not that there is too much thinking going on. It is that the thinking is of low quality, or it's just not productive. So, for example, if there's a really important project that I'm working on, I'm going to think about it a lot. That's called proper planning. So it's not that we want to think less. We just want the thoughts that we're having to progress us into a better position or a better state of mind. But if we are thinking about something again and again and again and we're not making any progress, that's really frustrating. And that's what overthinking feels like, is that it's a closed loop. The thoughts are not progressing anywhere. So what we should do is we can use a bit of our rational mind. We can use some physical cues and anchors to help us work through the problem and overcome overthinking. So the first thing that we want to do is write down a list of what the emotions we're feeling actually are. So overthinking is often an emotional process. There is usually some kind of emotion or fear or anxiety or event or something that we are continually thinking about in really just a loop. We're just continually thinking about that feeling and thinking about the feeling more and thinking about the feeling in different versions and thinking about how other people will interpret that feeling. So it's just a loop. What we want to do is we want to start breaking that loop by just thinking, okay, what are we actually fixed on right now? What are we thinking about? What are the emotions? And we want to be very, very specific. We want to be able to look at this and say, yes, this is how I'm feeling, and these are the triggers as to why I'm feeling that. Do the best that you can. You may not get it perfect. It may not be like the most accurate, most comprehensive, but do your best. The next step is to then take that list and then break it down into a problem list, where if you were to remove all of the elements in that problem, we wouldn't be feeling this negative emotion anymore. The problems would be gone. Again, try to be specific. And again, even if you don't have a perfect list, something is going to be better than nothing. And the final step is to take that problem list and actually turn it into a series of actionable steps and plans. What can we do about each of these problems? Some of these problems we can't do anything about, and we have to accept that. And that can be difficult, but some of the problems we can do something about. We may not be able to solve it directly. We may be able to change our response or our reaction to it. We may be able to position ourselves differently. We may be able to remove it completely. Think about each individual problem and think, what can I do about it? What can I not do about it? And use that to filter it into a series of actions and tasks. So by the end of this, we have thought about it just as much. Probably we've spent less time thinking about it. But all of that energy of overthinking has been directed into a process that allows us to understand the feeling and the problems to a deeper level. And it leaves us with a series of actions that at least give us the chance of removing the problems and moving on, rather than just continually overthinking and really not getting anywhere. So the solution to overthinking is not underthinking. It's just thinking in a more directed, more targeted way. And the reason we use a system like this is because it's very difficult to go straight from emotion to solution. Because an emotion is just a feeling. We don't know all the time what is causing the emotion. We don't know all the variables that are triggering the emotion, making it worse. And in fact, some of the times what we think is the problem is not actually really the problem. So taking the time to actually sit down and really think through each step gives us the opportunity to take control and find a solution that's most likely to work. And the more astute of you might realize that, yes, you can plug that framework in as part of your Kolb cycle, as part of your marginal gains. It all links together. So give that a go and see if that can potentially reduce some of the negative consequences that overthinking might bring you. And I mention this because overcoming that mindset is a necessary part to use basically any active decision-making framework, because every decision is by nature uncertain. If you need absolute certainty all the time, you will never be able to actively be involved in the decision-making process. Your life will be very luck dependent, and it's not going to turn out well. Well, it could if you're lucky, but it's going to have a negative expectancy. And so it's incredibly important that if you're listening to all of this and the first thing that pops up in your mind is all these questions about how to do this and different types of scenarios and all of that, and you're unwilling to give it a go until you know for certain, you're probably a perfectionist, or more accurately, a comfortist. Maybe what's most important is not the decision-making process, but it's about rewiring and recalibrating ourselves towards really getting that high quality output and all the mistakes that are involved in it. Relatively simplistic, actually. We've kept it in an ideal world. Let me demonstrate this just by going into that positive expectancy a little bit again. How do we actually work out whether a decision has positive expectancy or not? Well, all we have to do is think, what is the chance of the positive outcome occurring times the magnitude of whatever it is that's positive? So let's just use money as an example because those are actual numbers. So if there is a game that we're playing and the chance of winning is, let's say, 75%, and the amount that we'd win is $10, then if we play, let's say, 100 games, then we would win 75 of those games. We'd win $10 for each game that we win. So we would be winning $750. So to work out the expectancy, all we're going to do is we're going to take this and then we're just going to minus the negative version of this. So what is the chance of the negative thing happening multiplied by the magnitude of the negative thing? So for example, here, if we have a 25% chance of losing, and every time we lose, let's say that we are going to lose $50. So now if we play 100 games, same 100 games, we will lose 25 of those times, and we'd lose $50 for each of those 25 times that we lost. And so therefore we would be losing $1,250 overall. So when we do this calculation, there is there's a loss of $500 here. 750 minus 1,250. So this is a situation where there is negative expectancy. Okay, so let's swap some of these numbers around. Let's say instead of losing $50, we're going to lose, let's say, $20. So now out of 25 games that we lose $20 per game. So now instead of losing $1,250, we are losing $500, which means that our expectancy is positive $250. So we are expecting that we will be gaining $250. So this would have a positive expectancy. And now whether that's a really amazing positive expectancy and that's worth the effort. I don't know what you need to do to play this game, but you're going to win something here. And even if you lose the first round, if you can play multiple times, you're likely to accumulate that. But the issue here is that, great, it's a good theoretical conceptual model, is that we should be thinking about the chance of positive, the magnitude of positive, and balancing that against the chance of negative and the magnitude of negative. And we can really think about this chance of negative and magnitude of negative in the same way that we think about our biggest downsides that we talked about before, right? What's the chance of the biggest downsides? Can we protect that? Essentially what we're doing is we're saying, can we make a high chance of a downside? Can we do something that makes it, instead of 25%, can we reduce that to 5%? And that might flip the balance of our expectancy from negative to positive expectancy, right? So let's say that the magnitude used to be, $50. Can we do something that makes it $20? And can we reduce the chance of 25% to 5%? If we can do that, we are changing the downside, and that's therefore flipping the expectancy balance. And obviously gaining information about the upside, the opportunity, we're saying, okay, well, what is the chance of us winning on this? What's the positive aspect and the chance of getting it? And then what is the magnitude of that positive change? And that's how we'd theoretically be making this decision. The reason it's complicated is because of the fact that the real world is what's called a wicked learning environment. So a kind learning environment is a learning environment where there are clear rules for winning and losing. This is common among games, chess, golf, most sports actually. However, a wicked environment is kind of the opposite. It's not clear how you win. It's not clear how you lose. It's not clear what winning or losing maybe even means. And in some cases, it's not even clear if winning or losing is even possible. Maybe it seems like it's not even possible to win. It's just a loss versus another loss. The win is just not as bad loss. And we don't even know how to achieve that not as bad loss. So wicked environments are actually most things in life. It's more confusing. There's usually a ton of variables to consider, to the point where it's not really possible to be considering all of them. And so trying to fit that into this type of calculation is frankly impossible, because there are so many positives of varying magnitudes and varying chances, and each factor affects the chance of another factor. And then the same thing for the negatives, that yes, this theory is nice, but in actual application, it's basically impossible to make a calculation about whether your decision has a positive or a negative expectancy. And that is just because for a human brain in a wicked environment, which is defined by lots of variables and unclear win and loss conditions and parameters, it's just too complicated. It's not possible, at least realistic, to make the perfect decision. So, is everything that I've been teaching you being completely useless? Not quite. Because we can take this framework, we can understand and appreciate it conceptually, and we can actually simplify it in a way that makes it a little bit more pragmatic and realistic for real world purposes. The first step to that is understanding that the small positives and small negatives probably will weigh each other out, will balance out each other. And even if they don't balance each other out, you can probably just deal with it and manage it as it arises. And this is going back to our heck yes, heck no framework, is that yes, there may be 10,000 different variables to consider and things that could go right or wrong. However, maybe 9,995 of these things are pretty small and relatively insignificant. The chances are really small, or the magnitudes are really small. And it doesn't really matter. It's not very significant. And even if it does happen, we can just kind of figure it out and deal with it. That's the first step, is that we want to just cut down the number of variables by just getting rid of all the little small fry. And, even if something is 100% guaranteed to happen, if it's not that significant, hey, who knows? Maybe there's a positive that will outweigh that negative, right? So we sort of just blanket simplify the picture. Now, it's important that to do this accurately, we need to get as much information as possible. We don't want to be in a position where we have missed a major downside just because we haven't thought about it or we didn't have enough information. So that's why this discovery process, collecting information at the beginning, is such an important step. The better we are at it and the faster we're able to do it, the better our decisions are going to be. And what follows naturally from this is to weigh up your decision based on the most significant positives and the most significant negatives. And so now we've essentially just taken a complicated situation and we're now working with a simplified version of it that we can kind of plug into our calculation. At least there's not so many variables to consider. But there is still a existing problem, which is that it's usually not easy to actually measure the real chance of something happening or not. I mean, I guess if we knew that, just life would be much simpler. This is kind of the third step, which is that when we're doing the calculation, it is at the end of the day just our best estimate. So the chance of something happening, I personally, when I do this, and this is a framework that I use very, very often. I use this in my personal life and business and pretty much any decision that is somewhat complex to be made, I run it through this framework. And I mean, I don't know, I'm not like anciently old, but it seems to have worked for me for the last several years on average, statistically, positive expectancy and all of that. When I do this, I don't really categorize chances into like 50%, 78%, 79.3%. All I do is I just make some broad categorizations. I think about significance in terms of different levels of being imperative, significant, convenient, and insignificant. And I find that it's pretty doable to subjectively, based on having good quality information, rate the opportunities and potential risks as either being imperative / sort of critical. If it's a risk, that will be the same as it being essentially unacceptable. Significant, convenient, or insignificant. And I can just kind of broadly categorize it that way. And then when it comes to evaluating the chances of it occurring, I simply divide it into guaranteed, very high, somewhat, and low. And again, it's subjective, but you can kind of categorize it this way. So what's the point of all of this complicated stuff and this, incredibly what seems to be this, very involved calculus, if at the end of the day, it's going to come down to your subjective decision based on these very broad categorizations that may not even be accurate? Well, I mean, that's a fair point to make. However, the argument I'd make is that, number one, your judgment about significance and chance is not just a random guess. It is after an extensive process of gaining high quality and reliable information to make this decision. And number two, doing this and at least attempting to figure out the expectancy. That in itself, the decision to engage in this process in itself has a positive expectancy. You're more likely to make better decisions by doing this than not doing it. So it's a little bit meta there. So no, it's not perfect. Sometimes it is perfect in a kind environment where you have stats and certain numbers and variables that you can plug in and you actually, the parameters for winning and losing exactly. But when it's less clear, we need to take a few steps to cut down the variables, simplify the situation, and just do our best estimates, but obviously with as much information, high quality information as possible. What about changing a decision? Changing a decision can be very challenging. There's sunk cost fallacy, the feeling that we don't want to change something if we've already put in effort or invested something into it. There's the idea of status quo bias, not wanting to change something. There's loss aversion bias, where we're less likely to do something for a gain if the loss is equal or even a little bit less. Often the gain needs to be 3 or even 10 times greater than the loss for us to rationalize and say that it's worth it. This is all the risk-averse types of evolutionary behavior that's just pre-programmed into the human brain. But we have to accept in concept, sometimes it's better to change a decision. Right? It's irrefutable. It's in reality. How can it be that every decision we make is always the best decision every single time? It's not possible. And often the decisions we make will not be the best possible decisions that we make. And so the way that I want to illustrate this is through the Monty Hall problem, which is a famous problem. And it's based on this game show. And in this game show, there are 3 doors. Now, behind one of these doors, we don't know which, there is your dream car. And then behind the other 2 doors is a goat. And we're assuming that we want our dream car and we don't want a goat. Nothing's wrong with a goat, having said that. So what the game show host will do is they'll say, all right, I want you to pick a door. So we'll call these doors door number 1, door number 2, and then door number 3. And let's say that you pick door number 1 first. And what the game show host will then do is that they will then open one of the other 2 doors that you didn't pick. So in this case, door number 2 and door number 3, you didn't pick it. The game show host knows what's behind each door. So they're going to open the door that has a goat behind it. They're not going to open door number 3 and say, hey, here's your dream car. And then you're like, oh, well, I guess I got it wrong. They're going to open one of the doors that has a goat behind it. So let's say in this example, they open up door number 3 and behind door number 3 is a goat. The game show host then asks you, do you want to change your decision or would you like to stick with your original decision, which in this case was door number 1? What would you pick? Would you change your decision? Would you stick with your existing decision? Now, the common method of thinking about this, and pause this if you want to think about it yourself for a little bit. It is very interesting. The common way of thinking about this is to say, well, it doesn't seem to matter whether I change or whether I stay because there's only 2 doors left. Door number 3 has already been opened, so it's definitely not that one. It's either door number 1 or door number 2, so there's a 50% chance that the dream car is behind either one of them. So what does it matter whether I change or not? But it's not the case. In reality, the positive expectancy decision here would be to change your choice because there is actually a 66% chance that it will be behind door number 2 and a 33% chance that it's behind door number 1. And this is because of something called probability concentration. And the idea that the probability of your decision being correct was set at the time you made the decision. So let's change this analogy a little bit to really illustrate how this works. Instead of there being 3 doors, let's change it so that there are 100 doors. In fact, let's extend it even more. Let's extend it to infinity. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and infinity. So essentially, I'm thinking of a number greater than 0. I want you to now guess what the number is. So let's say that you guessed the number 437 for whatever reason. Good, cool, great. What's the chance that your guess was correct? To make this a little bit easier, let's say it's not an infinity. Let's say it's a number between 1 and 1 million. Okay? Your chance that you got that correct is only 1 in 1 million. There's only a 1 in a million chance that your guess was correct. Now, let's say I then say, all right, I then tell you that the number I'm thinking of is not any number between 1 and a million, except maybe 437 or 126,084. Okay? So I'm going to say that every other number between 1 and a million is wrong. I was either thinking of 437 or 126,084. Which number do you think I was thinking of? The number you happen to pick with a 1 in a million chance? Or this one remaining number, which I'm saying that could be right? That's probability concentration. The 999,999 out of a million chance is all concentrated on this single remaining option. And your chance that you got it right in the first place is still only 437. So the chances of making the correct decision on the first time round when you had limited information is actually very low. One of the best real-world examples that I can think of is when you are a young teenager, an adolescent going through high school, deciding on your career. A lot of people will decide on a career path without even knowing what that career path really involves. They'll have a general, often incredibly vague, often very unrealistic idea about what the career is, but they haven't really actually explored it or looked at alternatives, and they've ultimately not done any of the information collection that we've talked about in any of the decision-making frameworks that we've talked about so far. And they will fix on this idea and make that decision with what little information they have. Over time, they may find as they learn more about the career, as they are pursuing the career, maybe once they are in the career, that this is different to what they thought, or it's not checking the boxes they thought it would check, or maybe they're realizing that they need something else for their career that they didn't realize was important to them. When you learn this, this is new information. These are doors being opened for you, and probability concentration kicks in. And if you make the decision that, hey, maybe changing my decision could be good, we're often met societally with the idea that you shouldn't change your decision. But actually, it's a more common and more widely promoted idea that successful people not only know when to dig in and not quit, but more importantly, they know when to quit or change their decision. So don't feel that you have pigeonholed yourself or you're down too far on a rail and you're not able to deviate onto a different track. If you find that you've learned more about something and now you want to change your decision, it simply means you know more about it and your decision is now more informed. And that's actually a good thing, even if it feels about decision making. And these are really the core ideas that underpin this. And we'll do a very, very quick recap. Number one, we understand that decisions are by nature uncertain. No one can predict the future. Finding certainty to make a decision is a fallacy in itself. Decisions are all about probability and information. We gain information to assess the opportunities as well as to characterize the risks in terms of protecting our biggest downsides. In doing so, we try to make a decision that is a positive expectancy, a decision-making process that is mathematically and statistically likely to result in better outcomes over time the more decisions we make. We accept that because the perfect decision is impossible to make when there are so many variables, that what we're aiming for is not always just the best outcome in a single decision, but the decision that brings us in a better position, that is giving us more skills, that is giving us a better vantage point, that is connecting us to more opportunities, that's opening more doors for us and equipping ourselves with the ability to exert more influence and control more variables at a future point in time. Because we don't know the infinite number of variables and permutations that a single decision can have, instead of thinking about that and being paralyzed, we simply think, will this put me in a better, more advantageous position, which ultimately makes that uphill slope a little bit more level. And the key steps that we took to achieve that are: number one, we identify information on opportunities and on risks. Number two, we act to protect our biggest downside. And if we lack the information to know what the biggest downside is or how to protect it, we simply loop back to the first step and gain more information until we can. If you cannot protect your biggest downside, then we simply know that the decision is no. If we can't protect the biggest downside, then that is not acceptable. Unless, of course, the downside itself is something that we don't find very significant, in which case this is a decision where the consequences probably don't matter so much. Also, in which case you might be able to use a simpler decision-making framework. But obviously, on the other side, if we can protect our biggest downside, then we should take the appropriate action to protect it and then take the affirmative action. Yes, engage in that decision and reap the benefits of that opportunity. And then finally, step 3 is to evaluate. Once you've made a decision, it doesn't end there. As time passes, we continue to gain more information about the decision, about the consequences, about the risks, about the opportunities, and things can always change. An opportunity that at the time of making the decision seemed really, really good may in itself actually change to become a less worthwhile activity. And at this point, we need to understand that changing your decision is not necessarily a bad thing. It simply means we have to critically evaluate our position and make the decision about whether we want to continue or not and what is going to be in our best interest. And again, if we need more information, we go to step 1 to collect that information. Similarly, it may not be the opportunity that is degrading, but there may be risks that are increasing. New risks may appear. Risks that were previously protectable may become not protectable. So obviously, as life goes on, things change. We need to constantly be evaluating the validity of the decisions that we've made. Now, as I've said before, this is not a silver bullet. It's not the magic solution to all of your problems, and decisions that are difficult will still be difficult. The frameworks that I've introduced you to are not my own. They're existing frameworks that I've pieced together into a decision-making system that I've found very effective for myself. And decisions where I've had to make very challenging decisions where there doesn't seem to be a win-lose and it just seems to be a lose-lose, it's at least helped me guide my thinking. And even if I know that there's a bad outcome, it's allowed me to accept the bad outcome and move on, understanding that I was just unlucky in that particular situation. I hope that can help you a little bit. Make sure to apply it in your real life. Give it a go and let me know how you found it. Ultimately, I hope that these strategies can give you a little bit more clarity and guidance when you are navigating your own challenging decisions. Even if it doesn't solve it for you, I hope it makes it a little bit easier.